I was concerned. Hi, good evening, everyone. Just want to call the meeting to order for the Oxnard City Council meeting for July 1st, 2025. Madam Clerk, may we have the roll call and posting of the agenda, please?
Mayor MacArthur,
Here?
Councilmember Perallo. Here. Councilwoman Perez. Here. Councilwoman Rodriguez.
Present.
Councilmember Starr.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Peran.
Here.
The agenda for this meeting was posted in the kiosk at City Hall, the Oxnard Public Library, the city administrative offices, and on the city's website on Thursday, January 19th, and the amended agenda on Thursday, June 26th. And it appears that Councilwoman Basua is present. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Prior to closed session, we will take public comments on the closed session agenda. Mr. Fisher, can you provide a statement prior to closed session, please?
Thank you, Mayor. The City Council will recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6 to review the status of labor negotiations and to review its available funds and funding priorities for the purpose of providing instructions to the city's negotiators, Ashley Golden, Assistant City Manager, and Steve Naveau, Director of Human Resources, regarding the organization specified in item C1 of the meeting agenda. The City Council will also recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, Annual Evaluation of Public Employees, City Manager, and City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers for public comment prior to closed session?
Mayor and council members, we do not have any public speakers in person or virtually. Thank you.
Thank you. The City Council will recess to a closed session, and at 5 p.m. we will begin with appointment items. Thank you. Hi, good evening, everyone. We just emerged from closed session, and I'm just going to ask Mr. Fisher to make any announcements. Thank you, Mr. Fisher.
Thank you, Mayor. The council took up item C1 on the closed session agenda, conference with labor negotiators, and there is no report out of that item, and the council will reconvene at the end of the open session items for the other two closed session items on public employee annual performance evaluations.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. We'll go to the next item on the agenda. This is the appointment items from Parks and Recreation and Community Services Commission Annual Report. The recommendation is that the City Council receives the Parks and Recreation and Community Services Commission Annual Report. Oh, we have Joe. Ms. Wycombe, go ahead.
Yes, remember me?
Yes, I do.
Good afternoon, everybody. I believe we have a slideshow. I hope we have a slideshow. Okay, great. I just want to introduce some of my fellow commissioners. Can you guys come up? Standing here by myself. Hobble over. Some people take their jobs a little too seriously. Okay, my name is Angela Whitecomb. I'm the chair of the Parks Recreation Commission.
Joe Garcia, Commissioner.
Hi, Joe.
Abel Velasquez, Second Commissioner.
Hi, Abel. Abigail.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you all for being here. Thank you.
Okay, so this is us in a picture, but I figured it's much nicer to see your faces.
Yeah, I didn't recognize you there without the hat.
Right,
Yeah, right,
you know, that was a little pun for you. Uh-oh, what did I do? How do you make it big? Oh, thank
There you
you.
go. You're welcome.
So we meet every fourth Wednesday of the month and go over anything that has to do with Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Commission. And the whole purpose of the commission is to make recommendations to you all to improve our parks and recreation throughout the city. And you guys have all seen this through Measure M, I believe, so I'm going to go ahead and go through it a little quickly. I know that we're pressed for time. So some of our 2025 goals included opportunities for community gardens. This came out of the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. We're finalizing the new landscape standards that we all are looking forward to seeing, that include more native plants to support local habitat for our birds and insects and local wildlife. We want to expand youth programs and also work on the 5 Points neighborhood park. That is one of the only neighborhoods in the city without a park. We have land, just nothing built there presently. We assessed the soccer field shortage and made some recommendations on that. The sunset ordinance so that the parks fields are open longer. And we work towards things to improve futsal, pickleball, and underutilized tennis and basketball courts. And we made recommendations for special populations and to activate our local city parks to promote more cohesion and deter vandalism. These are all major projects that we are currently working on and have made recommendations for. We reviewed some of our successes were reviewed the hours of operations, and for our restrooms, some of our park restrooms were closed, and the local public made complaints and said, hey, we need those open. We've got soccer practice and our kids have got to go and they have to go now. So we got those restrooms opened. We worked with special populations and talked about putting a fence around Wilson Park. I'm still working with the Senior Commission to get their buy-in on that. The whole idea is to protect our vulnerable population. They're called elopers. They're the runners in the group. So if you're a family out for a picnic and you bring your child or adult that has autism and they take off, you have a fence, so it's just one extra barrier to protect your loved one from the road. And then also we talked about, we made a recommendation for making sure that our field lighting is open later at our community parks. So if the lights are on, the park is open. This is in the community parks, not your neighborhood park. And then we also did a presentation of sports field, allocation policy, field rental fees, and update current grants and future grant opportunities. We're always looking for money and more work for our staff. Okay. We participated in the Christmas parade this year. We discussed city tennis ball and basketball court usage because some of our parks courts are underused and some of them are underused because of the conditions of the courts. There's a pretty large gap in why they're underused. And then there was a discussion to create a parks donation policy, which you guys just got a recommendation for. We did a Brown Act review so we don't get sued and we know what we're doing. A discussion about the pagoda benches at Plaza Park and operations to deter vagrant and criminal behavior. We thought at first, oh, we'll just get rid of the benches and that'll solve the problems. And we're like, no. There was a lot of work to bring back the historical benches. And so we're coming up with a lovely different type of idea that my fellow commissioner, Miguel Fernandez, he's an architect, has come up with a plan and he's working with staff so that we can protect the pagoda and also beautify it and deter the unwanted behavior that is happening daily. And then we also constantly review the Parks and Rec master plan to make sure that we're on course to do things that our local population asks for. So this was our recommendation for the donation policy. It was for park benches and for trees, and we put together a very simple program so that if you want to honor a loved one or you have these opportunities, and the benches and trees will change depending on which park location is there. And all those recommendations will go through the parks manager because you go to the expert, right? So we worked on that. I've done it again. Can you make it big again? I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I'm just hitting the button. Sorry. Well, recreation activities, which were a lot of fun. We went to the fall festival, the Dia de los Muertos celebration, which was really cool. We did that with the downtown group in Plaza Park, and then also there was the Tamale Festival, which was amazing, and the Christmas parade, which wasn't too long at all. The junior high school grad night in May, and the insect festival, which is always a really good time. Accomplishments. So for the third year in a row, Locoy Beach Park was rated #1 West Coast beach. So that's a pretty great accomplishment. It takes all of our local residents and outside supporters voting for that. So it's a pretty big deal. We have a beautiful park on our beach that more of our local population needs to take advantage of. And you see the Christmas parade. That's our commissioners and Joe, that's your soccer team, is it not? Yeah. So we all marched with recreation this year to keep the entries down on the parade. And this was one of the recommendations to increase park hours that I think you all have seen. I don't think it's come to you at City Council. I think one of you has to make a recommendation. So if we make a recommendation, you guys have to bring it up and say, we want this to happen, or you need to let us to know that we're wasting our time. So thank you. So we've done a temporary installation at Wilson Park to support that underutilized tennis court. And because you have the senior center right there, having a pickleball court was there to to just see if that's something that we can do, either make it a full-time pickleball court, or because pickleball is loud, we want to make sure that the neighbors aren't going to get upset, because the wiffle balls and a paddle, apparently they make a lot of noise. And I told you about the ornamental fence already. And that's it, you guys. Do you have questions? Because we have answers.
Yeah, we'll open it up for, what's that? Oh, go ahead, Mr. Perlow. Yeah.
Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for all of the people that are here, and I believe one member was not mentioned. What was
Yeah.
his name?
Oscar Hernandez.
Two, on slide 5 and slide 6, I didn't hear him mentioned, but it was talking about Carty Park, possibly naming a park. I don't know, I did not watch the meeting, I don't know what it is, but I know that there has been an issue. When Teal Club came up, I pushed it. The Carmona Takasuki thing, that's one thing. I'm not saying to name it, but I want that in the mix. The second is on slide 6, there was a bullet point said city-sponsored or city-operated soccer leagues. Can you delve into that a little
Oh,
bit?
I'm sorry, I left that out. I didn't mean to. So the Recreation Department is working on a soccer league to encompass all of the local fields, so that we have control over who plays and how they're going to play, and making sure that everybody's background checked and fingerprinted. So protecting our youth is really important. Recreation takes that job very seriously. So one of the ways that they can get a handle on all of the people that are playing on their field is to create a soccer league and work with the other leagues and to bring these groups together and to protect our kids.
Thank you, that's all I have.
And then the recommendation for Carty Park, the gentleman that the recommendation was named for pulled out. He requested for it not to be named after him, so we respected his wishes.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Perez, go ahead.
Thank you. For my understanding regarding the Parks and Rec Commission, you're currently focused on reviewing low-usage sports courts for alternative uses. Will there be, do you have a timeline on whether you'll also look at moderate use opportunities as well?
Sure. I mean, for us, it's all encompassing. We just want people on those fields using them, or on those courts, using them as much as possible. An activated park is a healthy park, and healthy parks have healthy populations.
Great. And if you don't mind just sharing more a little bit about, I know the recommendation in one of the slides was around increasing the lighting time for sports. Do you mind sharing a little bit more about that?
Sure. So our community parks are like Southwinds Park, the Colonia Park, any park that has, it's not a neighborhood park, and it has lighting, like Southwinds Park has beautiful night lighting, so does Eastwood Park. So anywhere that there's a very well-lit community park, it's extending those hours, because it's not so bad right now in the summertime. It doesn't get dark till 8 o'clock, but in the wintertime, everything gets, it's dark at 5. So extending those hours so that in a well-lit park, if you want to go out and exercise with your family, hang out with your family, you are there, you have that opportunity in a safe, well-lit place.
Yeah. Any other comments? Go ahead, Mr. Starr.
Yeah, on slide 4 for your 2025 goals, you put down recommendations for sunset ordinance, and I guess I don't know what that is.
That's the lighting.
That's the
So
lighting,
when
okay.
parks are open from sun up till sundown, so they close at sunset, and we're like, that's a little crazy if the park's lit up.
Got it, thank you.
Thank you. That's certainly something I'm very supportive of, Angela, is I think we're very antiquated in the way we manage our sports facilities, right? I think that they should definitely not close at 5 o'clock. I mean, that's ridiculous. Parks should be open late. We should accommodate them, especially now with the advantage of technology where you've got LED lights, and we should be inviting people to come in and play all the various sports up to 9, 10 o'clock at night. I'm in full agreement with that. Yeah.
Yeah, their only concern with the late night with the parks, and I'll just be honest, is especially in the wintertime, is that the grass doesn't grow back quickly like it does in the summer. Right now, you can mow twice a week and the grass is happy. In the winter, you're lucky if you have to mow once a month. And so with the constant use of the fields, they tend to get deteriorated really quickly. So having some type of resting period is really important so that we can maintain the quality of our athletic fields.
Yep, good point, because I think right now what happens is you get a lot of families taking out generators,
Oh, yeah.
right? And then code compliance is in a difficult spot to enforce that because our laws are still in place that they're not to be used when it gets dark. But this is something that the city manager and I have talked about extensively, and he's very supportive of that, so certainly we can work together on
Yeah,
that.
College Park isn't finished, and it has, it's supposed to have a lot more fields. So any way we can get more soccer fields, more fields open generally, the better off we're gonna be.
Thank you. Any other comments before we go to, we do have one public speaker? No? Madam Clerk, just just Mr. Andrus, or are there any virtual speakers?
Mayor and council members, that's the only speaker we have on this item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I do have a question,
Go ahead.
and this is mostly for logistics. So I'm open to any feedback that you all might have. Maybe the city attorney can provide some insight on how we could agendize looking at the sunset ordinance within one of our committees.
We intend to bring that. We just wanted it to get through the commission properly first. So it's coming. You have a great public policy discussion. We can even show you by turning the lights on and off in here.
Great, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Barlow, go ahead.
Just one more point. I don't know if the Parks and Rec will bring it up, but the soccer field, the large park that does not have a bathroom by the airport, on the weekends, there's tremendous soccer activity there, but not all the time is there a portable toilet put in the median. Who's ever responsible for that, whether it's an organization or a city or a club, I hope that we can hold somebody accountable to getting that toilet so that people have a place to relieve themselves. Thank you.
It's my understanding that's recreation.
Thank you, Ms. Whitcomb. Thank you. We'll go to Mr. Andrus. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Eric Andrus from the Henry Levy House. I've been admonished today to behave myself, so I'm going to start off with something non-controversial. And since we have Angela, my neighbor, here, I wanted to talk about this. I sent you all recently an email, and I had been doing some research on other things, and I found out that the city flower for Oxnard is the geranium, which is an extremely plain Jane little plant. It's also not native to Southern California. And since Angela's doing research on native plants for the area, I thought that should be taken up, maybe to change the plant to something that's more appropriate, a native growing plant. And the one that I actually suggested to you guys was the woolly blue curls. Since we have Woolly Avenue here, it's spelled a little bit differently, but it's a native plant. It is native to Oxnard. We have a street called Woolly. It's a beautiful blue-purple color representing the blue of the Pacific and the purple hues of some sunsets. It's a favorite of hummingbirds, and most importantly, it attracts bees, butterflies, and other insects. It would be beautifully depicted in advertising and signage for Oxnard. It can be easily propagated by stem cuttings and seeds, so a great project for community gardens, and should be planted in Campus Park, which is going to be full of native plants. And very importantly, it hates to be watered in the summer. Just a good idea. I mean, I thought it's one suggestion, but I think it should be opened up to people to make other suggestions, but I thought that was a perfect idea for it. But I sent it all to you, and the only person I heard back from was Aaron, so I thought maybe you all didn't get to see it in my email, so I wanted to bring it up now. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Andrus. Any other comments? If not, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I just wanted to wait till we were almost through the item just to thank the commissioners for all their work. And they volunteer their time to vet all of these items that come to them. Some of them are discussions at their level as a commission, and then they will make decisions. As you can see in the presentation, there are some that come to us as recommendations or go to staff as recommendations. But regardless, it's not like anyone is sitting down and saying, gee, this is going to be fun for me to volunteer my time to talk about these things. And so they do it because there's certainly a passion and a desire to contribute to our community as it pertains to parks, recreation, and community services. And so just want to thank each of you individually for all of your service and your dedication and the continued things you're going to do. And thank you, Chair Whitecomb, who I had the pleasure of serving with when I was on the commission myself. So thank you to all of you for your continued work.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted, thank you all so much for your work and participation. I also wanted to remind folks that on July 12th, we're going to be having a conversation at Durley Park, 9 a.m. So I hope to have you all there. We're going to be talking about, the future. I know that the community has dreamed up hopes and dreams of what they want Durley Park to look like, but with some budgetary constraints, and we have to be realistic. Do we wait for our dream and things might get expensive, or do we pull the trigger now and see what we can create together? So July 12th, please save the date. I'd love to have you all participate in that. And again, thank you all for your service.
Thank you, Councilwoman Rodriguez. And I too just want to thank all the volunteers, Angela, you and your staff, all the commissioners. I know Mr. Hernandez is absent here, but thank you for your work and putting these, and bless you back there too. Thank you. Well, that was Katie. Yeah, recognize that sneeze. But I know sometimes it's difficult to come up with recommendations, only not for them not to be recognized or acknowledged. But I'm certainly recognizing many of these. And as I mentioned, one of the first conversations the city manager and I had is exactly that: is to make sure that we bring policy this year so that we can discuss doing away with closing the parks when it gets dark, and investing in LED lights to make sure that the parks are well lit for safety and for access and for them to be utilized. And I also ask you to start maybe having these innovative discussions too. I know you mentioned soccer, which is big in our city. As you know, I'm pushing hard to try to bring a World Cup team here next year for the World Cup to stay here in our city. But also there's a lot of indoor soccer that's being played, and I know with the gymnasium that we have at Colonia and Powell, to start entertaining, potentially having even opening up for practice or indoor soccer, or collaborating with the high school district when their gyms are not utilized, to see if we can't partner to start either running indoor soccer leagues potentially. And those are worth of our discussion. I'd be happy to work with some of those details with your staff and see if we can put together something for later for consideration. Thank you. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I apologize, I'll be real quick. I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge all of the staff we have in the audience from Recreation, and maybe they're here for the rest of the meeting to see all the exciting stuff we have later. But as Ms. Whitecomb had mentioned, while they, as commissioners, certainly work on and debate the items ahead of them, certainly the staff are the people who carry those out day to day. And so I just wanted to recognize them all as well. And I look forward to seeing you through the end of this meeting. Apparently you all came to observe. So, just kidding, but thank you all as well.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Andrus, also for your comments here, for the research that you did and what Angela's going to be doing as well. So thank you, everyone. This is a receive and file item only. And if there's no additional speakers, then we'll file it, and there's no action required. Thank you. We'll move to the next item in the agenda, and this is a presentation by the County of Ventura on the 2025 homeless point in time count. Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Yep, right here.
Yes.
Hi,
sir.
I just wanted to introduce Kimberly Alvarez. She is the Homeless Solutions Director for the County of Ventura. And earlier this year, we had a request from the dais for a presentation on the point in time count. And the same week that request came, we went to the county city manager's lunch meeting, and Kimberly was there giving a presentation. So it was very serendipitous that we were able to have her come. And I want to acknowledge her flexibility with some of our budget meetings. I kept pushing her back, but we're really excited she's here. So I'll turn it over to Kimberly.
Sounds good. Before we get into you, Julie, I see you and your staff back there, all of Parks and Recreation. Thank you for being here, for your hard work, and this annual report that you worked with Angela on, and for all the work you've done throughout the year. So thank you. Thank you, Parks and Recreation. Thank you. Yeah. I know everybody with your, just, I'm sorry, ma'am, back to you. Go ahead.
No problem. Mayor MacArthur, council members, thank you again so much for having me tonight. Again, I am Kimberly Albers, and I serve as the Deputy Executive Officer and Homelessness Solution Director for the County of Ventura. And I'm here to provide an update on efforts to address homelessness and results from the 2025 point-in-time count, often referred to locally as the homeless count or count of people experiencing homelessness. I would also like to recognize and thank Supervisor Lopez for being here this evening. And we'll see, I also have, there we go, there's the PowerPoint. So we'll see if I do okay with the tech here today. So some good news to share from the 2025 point-in-time count. And the count is conducted on an annual basis here locally, but it is required by the Department of Housing and Urban Development, and it has to be conducted within the last 10 days of January each year. The county, working closely with city staff, nonprofit partners, and hundreds of community volunteers, have used the same methodology for a number of years. It means we count the same way, and because of that, we feel like this consistency strengthens our ability to compare data year over year. From 23 to 2025, we've seen an 18.5% decrease countywide in the number of persons counted and a decrease in unsheltered homelessness of 22%. The map is really just shared to represent that homelessness impacts nearly all populated areas of the county. The circles represent the counts in areas as reflected on the legend. For example, green would be less than 10 surveys, yellow would be 10 to 99 surveys, and orange over 100 surveys. Oxnard has experienced a 24% decrease in its homeless population over the past 2 years, dropping from 838 persons counted to 634, according to the point-in-time count. And this is the most significant reduction among all of the cities, and it aligns with your major investments in shelter and housing. That's really why they wanted me to come tonight. So thank you for all the hard work you've been doing as a city. This slide goes back to countywide data, and it reflects the age of persons living unsheltered and their living location divided between outdoors, excuse me, and vehicles across the entire county. The reduction in transitional age youth, which is 18 to 24, and persons 24 to 54 are noted. For persons over 55, there is a fluctuation rather than that downward trend. And then 68% of the persons counted as unsheltered were living in various outdoor locations like parks, the riverbed, you name it. And 32% were counted in vehicles. The percentage of persons living in vehicles has increased from 20% to 32% in just the single year. So now we're going to look at that exact same data for the city of Oxnard. And when we look at the age breakdowns and living situations, we see progress across all 3 age groups. And I know I was just really encouraged by that because it was hard to look at that countywide data and see that over 55 population, the number wasn't moving. But here in Oxnard it is, including a 34% reduction in individuals over the age of 55. And looking at living situations, similar to what we saw in the countywide data, but less persons living in vehicles here in Oxnard, 27% of those living unsheltered. The 2 maps compare the count data from 2023 to 2025, and the areas highlighted by the red circles were prioritized by the city for the $4 million encampment resolution funding award from the state of California. And as you can see, these areas remain less populated today, reflecting the impact of those targeted and funded efforts. We also, as a county, are making quite a bit of progress on ending veteran homelessness. There has been a 53% decrease in the number of unhoused veterans when comparing the 2023 to 2025 point-in-time count. And since the 2025 point-in-time count, which has been about 6 months now, an additional 60 veterans have been permanently housed. So currently, we have approximately 25 unhoused veterans that are awaiting a permanent housing unit match or placement in a higher level of care. And the pictures you see are about a month old, but that is the new property here in Oxnard, the Dolores Huerta Gardens, which will provide 42 units for farm worker households and 15 for veterans experiencing homelessness. So a pretty great drone aerial shot here, I think, really showing the complex. Along with the point-in-time count, we have to do a full inventory of all beds in the county that are dedicated to persons experiencing homelessness. And so here we show you this chart so you can really see that red line shows the ramp down of Project Room Key. That was the effort around COVID when so many people were moved into hotel rooms, which lasted for actually 5 years. And the transition of some of our interim hotel rooms into permanent housing from Room Key to Home Key. The yellow line represents that ongoing investment in permanent housing, highlighting the new units that have come online over the last 3 years, just that direct line up with yellow. And then finally, the blue line tracks rapid rehousing, which is medium or short-term rental assistance, helping someone get back into housing, which really depends on available funding at any given time. Since late 2023, the Ventura County Homelessness Plan has provided a roadmap to addressing homelessness, and I'm just going to briefly review key progress on the first 4 action areas as they align with the Oxnard 5-year homeless plan as well. Housing prioritization and funding, regional coordination and leadership, outreach and service delivery, and data-driven decision-making. In Action Area 1, we already talked about those results from the point-in-time count, but recently the Continuum of Care, along with county funding allocated through the Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Program, allocated $2.5 million for homelessness prevention through the Human Services Agency, as well as the United Way of Ventura County, to try and prevent people from falling out of housing and becoming homeless. We also revised shelter cost share agreements, which this council did just a couple of weeks ago, including tying performance metrics actually to the funding. And we're going to see a map on the next slide of kind of what's to come. But since the plan was approved, we've had 226 permanent housing units come online that are dedicated to persons experiencing homelessness. That was that yellow line again that you saw climbing up. So some pictures there of a few of those complexes. But here's that map. So this is what's still in the pipeline. So this is what's still under construction or in pre-development. And you can see that we have just that the county is part of, that a total of 804 affordable housing units are either under construction or in pre-development, with 297 of those 804 actually permanent supportive housing units that will be dedicated to persons experiencing homelessness. And we wanted to show this map because to show that after many years, it's finally happening all over the county, which is definitely some progress. This is only showing permanent housing, but the city of Thousand Oaks recently opened a 30-bed navigation center, and the county is developing recuperative care beds in partnership with Gold Coast Health Plan at the Knoll Drive Arch Building in Ventura as well. This slide highlights 3 recent projects where the city of Oxnard and Ventura County have partnered to expand housing opportunities for people experiencing homelessness and other low-income households. First, in the center there, Central Terrace, completed in the summer of 2024, provides housing for 86 extremely and very low-income households, including 35 units specifically dedicated to persons experiencing homelessness. This project also benefited from Affordable Housing and Sustainable Communities funding, which supported improvements to create a more walkable and sustainable neighborhood. Next, on the left, you see Casa Aliento offers 69 units entirely dedicated to people experiencing homelessness, and it recently received its temporary certificate of occupancy, and residents have been moving in and are currently moving in as well in that final phase. And finally, at your June 17th City Council meeting, an amendment was approved to increase the county's contribution to the Oxnard Navigation Center, which is part of the property also called Casa de Carmen at 2nd and B. You already know who I am, and we also have, the county has hired Tracy McCauley as the Housing Solutions Director, as well as a full-time captain that's supporting the Homeless Liaison Unit, which now has 10 officers working throughout the county, along with homeless officers that the city police also have. And so we also have the Homelessness Coordinating Committee and a task force on homelessness that are meeting regularly. And again, this was part of the plan. We needed more of that cross-collaboration across cities, across agencies, across the nonprofit partners. And so these are being used to fill that gap. And taking those action areas that we're looking at and turning those into really strategic goals and corresponding objectives is really the force of those two groups. Reducing homelessness, improving safety for all within the community, relocation and environmental protection from public spaces and natural habitats, and providing improved data decision making. Action Area 3, outreach and service delivery, because again, just highlighting key progress here. The healthcare agency ambulatory care division has expanded the number of days per week that they're in the field with doctors through their backpack medicine, their whole person care program. The expansion of Medi-Cal under what we call Cal-AIM has just in the initial year increased the number of persons that they're able to serve and reach, and some of those days have just recently been added, so we expect that number to continue to rise. Behavioral health receives specific funding for interim housing, or what they're calling behavioral health bridge housing programs that added 144 beds to the continuum of care. And again, I mentioned the Homeless Liaison Unit now is fully staffed, and in their first year, they were funded by the Board of Supervisors in February of 2024, and when they did their annual report in April, showed that they had contacted 960 individuals and assisted in noticing and removing 334 encampments. We know encampment resolution is a big topic, and so wanted to just highlight a few things that are going on, because part of these are also happening in the city of Oxnard. Our Ventura County Public Works Agency has resolved 350 encampment sites in 2024, and this includes those watershed red line channels like the Rose Avenue flood control gates and areas within the city. And we're using a survey app that we'll be able to expand to police departments that choose to use it, that will give us this dashboard that really shows us not only where the encampments are, but the status of each encampment, how many people are living there, have they refused services, just some detailed tracking that'll really just allow us to tell the story over time of how successful our encampment resolution efforts are. Across 6 cities across the county, we have now received $41 million in encampment resolution funding. Many of those projects are just getting started, but wanted to point out those new resources for encampment resolution efforts. And then the county is also working on an ordinance that could be modeled by others to put in an ordinance into effect to make sure that parking along agricultural lands does not occur, so that there's no risk of illegal pollution into our farmlands. And just last, that Action Area 4, really that concentration on data-driven decision-making. Over 50 agencies and organizations contribute valuable data to the Homeless Management Information System, or often referred to as HMIS. Both HUD and the state of California rely on this data to evaluate how well the system is performing. And thanks to increased participation and improved data quality, we now have a clearer, more reliable statistics on the homeless population to better guide our efforts. But there's still much work ahead. One important next step is to use HMIS data to create an interactive, regularly updated dashboard. This tool will not only promote greater accountability, but also provide clear guidance for decision-making around policies and resource allocation. The homelessness plan, action areas, task force goals, and objectives are allowing us to make strategic steps in addressing homelessness in Ventura County. And so again, thank you so much for having me, and I'm available for questions or share any more.
Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. Also want to recognize our Supervisor, Vianey Lopez is here. Supervisor, I don't know if you wanted to comment on anything or if you're just here in support, but we just want to acknowledge that you're here with us. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. No, I wasn't planning on speaking, but just here to support our director, and more than anything, to thank the city of Oxnard, who has been an incredible partner throughout this process, and especially in creating that plan to end homelessness that was shared today, was in part due to the support and contribution from the city in doing a wide survey to better plan and identify the resources and the needs that are out there in the community. So just want to thank you for the support and the partnership throughout the county to address our unhoused population. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. Thank you, Director. Yes, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Oh, thank you. Just a quick question. Thank you for the update and the presentation. I appreciate that the request was made that we had that and then it came to us. I think the public may have a peripheral level of knowledge or understanding about the point in time count and what it provides to us as far as a point in time that we get this data and we could compare longitudinally. Just a question I have just based on your observations of Ventura County and other jurisdictions, when we look at the best practices and what the research shows is actually effective in addressing homelessness and helping folks who are currently unhoused and looking for ways to change that, or even those who are in that pre-contemplation phase, what are the practices around having multiple tools in the tool belt? At our last meeting, we had some discussion around, when we had the item for the Casa de Carmen, there was a thought shared that, well, if we did a citywide anti-camping ordinance, this is like the way. I tend to differ in my philosophy in that for social issues and social challenges, there are many different approaches that need to be taken because no two individuals are the same in their path or in the opportunities they need to make that positive change for themselves. But just from your point of view or what you've observed, what's been effective in helping folks? Is it multiple options? Is it any one thing that's a silver bullet there? I'm just open to hearing that.
Thank you for the question. I think probably everyone in the room recognizes there is no silver bullet when it comes to homelessness, but truly shelter, I always say shelter, housing, and services, right? You have to have all three of that three-pronged stool to make the difference. You have to build those trust relationships so that someone will enter shelter, feel safe entering shelter, but you have to have those long-term solutions so that you're not just giving someone a temporary roof over the head just that will end. So I got to hear the discussion last time and just really appreciated that you have, as Oxnard, been putting the investments into shelter and housing.
Thank you for that. And even following the meeting, it was already late, and so I thought about it afterwards, as we do typically on our drives home, right? But it occurred to me that in looking at it, even anti-camping ordinances, when I look at it, even the research around that shows that those are limited in what they do besides shuffling people around. But even that, the research shows you should have shelters and housing and these types of programming for people to go into versus just essentially criminalizing them or moving them out of the visible area. So anyways, I appreciate your expertise and bringing that here to us. And I look forward to continuing to work together with the county and our other jurisdictions on addressing this, because it's not unique to any one of us and we're all in it together to help address it.
And maybe just one more note on that, just that the Governor Newsom has put out a model ordinance that likely over the next year or so, in order to receive funding, we'll all have to have some version of that.
Sure.
But again, it emphasizes the need for shelter, housing, and services when you're talking about relocation.
Great. Thank you. And thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Director. Just want to acknowledge Councilwoman Perez. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, for the acknowledgement, and thank you for the presentation as well. I was honing in on action area number 1, really regarding funding. I know that there are many state and federal cuts that are happening right now to address homelessness. And I'm curious if you foresee these cuts happening at the county level as well, and what maybe some action plans that will be put in place during this time.
Councilmember Perez and other council members, yes, it has been a very eventful 24 hours when it comes to budgets. So what we saw last night, right, at the state level, was actually some releasing of some of the regulations that have hindered affordable housing. So I think, that's very good news. There's a number of bills addressing the Environmental Quality Act that, again, not as a we all want to protect the environment, but we'll make it easier for affordable housing projects to move forward. So some good news in some of those state bills. But we do not have any, I say not new homelessness funding in the next budget. And so what that means, though, is that most of our funding is one time. And so no new means none. And so only funding that's already been allocated in previous years. We do have a number of projects, as we showed on the map, that are moving forward. And fortunately, our last round of more flexible funding, we call it HAP, but Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention, is just now going to be going out into the community in the fall. But if that trend were to continue, right, those programs that have been funded under now 6 rounds of that funding would end. And at the federal level, we know what was in the House bill. It's still a little sketchy if there were any changes made at the Senate in the HUD programs, but it does not look like it. Nothing's being highlighted as changes. And in the House bill, what we saw was a 44% cut to the Department of Housing and Urban Development. They would move away from the continuum of care structure into a entitlement grant, what we call an emergency solutions grant. As well as no home or community development block grant funding was in the House bill. So again, 1 year of funding's already been allocated, and so those will still go out. But if something didn't change in the next 12 months, we would not have home or community development block grants in the 26-27 fiscal year.
I just have one last question, Mayor, if you don't mind. I know that in your presentation, you showcased the statistic around individuals living in their vehicles and the increase there. Are there any county efforts happening right now to reach individuals experiencing homelessness who are living in their vehicles?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So I did mention in this case, our agricultural lands are so important. And so the Board of Supervisors has directed County Council and a team of county employees now to work on an ordinance that would specifically protect ag lands by preventing RV and vehicle parking along the fields. So that would be more include enforcement action, but obviously, again, still trying to connect people to the right resources before those relocations happen. But also, we just, with the Task Force on Homelessness, just had a national provider of, I think here we call it safe sleep. We called it overnight parking lots where I was previously. And they have, again, there's been some bad press around those type of activities, but a very successful program in Santa Barbara County that has about over 200 spaces, over 30 lots, and they've housed hundreds of people over the last few years. So we actually had them come and really present on what a model ordinance looks like in order to have a safe sleep or overnight parking program, as well as best practices to make sure those type of programs are successful. And one of the key things would be when the lots only open from like 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., it's not a 24-hour site. So definitely looking into it. And that's a very low-cost alternative as compared to like full interim housing or permanent housing if we're going to be in short budget times where we could still make an impact on that population.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? Go ahead, Councilwoman Rodriguez.
Yes, I just had 2 quick questions, and based on the economic picture that is coming down the pipe, this might look a little bit different, but in one of your slides, you were talking about the rapid rehousing programs that you all have and how you depend on funding priorities, but can you tell me what something like that looks like? Is it somebody having to be on the street before they get rehoused, or is it like the last month's rent?
So thank you for the question. So there are kind of two ways. So we usually call it homelessness prevention when it's someone who has not actually fallen into homelessness yet, but they may be just days away from losing their housing. And so we'd still consider that kind of a prevention effort. But the same strategy, right? You're wrapping them with services as well as providing short or medium-term rental assistance to try and transition someone back into housing, or keep them in housing, with rapid rehousing, same thing, trying to, as quickly as possible, without a long shelter stay or a lengthy unsheltered stay, trying to get someone as quickly as possible back into housing after they may lose it.
Okay, so I specifically asked because is that something that we would direct folks to your office? I know there's been a lot of family separations recently and a lot of concern about breadwinners and their ability to make rent or not. Is that something that we could refer folks to your office?
So the United Way of Ventura County and the Ventura County Human Services Agency are the direct recipients of those prevention funding dollars as well as some rapid rehousing dollars. So I think that's where those referrals would go, but I'd be happy to help you navigate if you have someone reach out.
Great, thank you so much. Because I know I've heard of like Catholic Charities and other groups like that. I believe they get grants from your office. Maybe it's not your specific office, but just where to send
those
folks.
new large grants did just go to those two agencies.
Okay, and then the last quick question that I had was, you had mentioned, or there was a picture of a map with different concentrations and like real-time, like head counts of where folks are staying overnight. Is that currently a live app? Because I know that for the city of Oxnard, we have 311. Is that app currently happening, and what is it called if it's available?
So the map that I showed second was actually from the point in time count. So that morning, we do use GIS mapping, so we can show you how the count, like where those counts came from, by showing you that heat map. But sort of the good news on that encampment resolution slide, we were showing you where at least in encampment areas now, we have something called the Survey 123 app, which I think other jurisdictions have been using modifications of, where that was actually can be live each day. Like I can monitor every day seeing how many encampments have been resolved, status, but those right now are just in the areas served by the homeless liaison unit, but our plan is to expand it to city police departments if they're willing.
So the tool that folks are using is called Survey 123, but it's not necessarily available like to everybody, like we have 311 for the city of Oxnard?
It is not right now. Okay. So we launched in January of 2025, and so the homeless liaison unit officers have just been using it so far.
Okay, thank you so much.
Along with Public Works Agency.
Thank you so much. And if it does go live, then I'd love to hear more about it when it's ready.
Okay.
Thank you, Director. Any other comments? Go ahead, Councilmember Starr.
Yeah. Thank you for your presentation, by the way. You mentioned earlier that the governor wants to have strings attached to anti-camping ordinances being developed in various cities. I was just wondering, do you know which cities right now are either entertaining, developing that language, or have already adopted such language?
Councilmember Starr, so the that homeless housing assistance and prevention program that I mentioned, that funding program, as well as if you're seeking like the pro-housing designation, which is also available through Housing and Community Development, both of those sources already require what we call an encampment response policy, but it does have to be consistent with the principles that the state lays out, which again focuses on housing, shelter, and services before there's relocation. But those funding sources already would require, if someone was to receive those funds, they would have to have that policy in place.
And do you know which cities have those policies in place already?
We're actually working a side group because our HAP Round 6 application is due on August 29th. And so we're working with the cities right now on their mapping, if it doesn't overlap with our mapping, and then if they have any policies in place.
Okay.
But I think most cities do have a policy, right? Not necessarily a anti-camping ordinance, but right, they have a way of approaching when they're going to resolve an encampment. How many hours notice they're going to give someone before relocation, how many days they're going to store property. Those are the type of things that need to be in the policy.
Right.
And the ordinance.
Thank you. And also, I want to get an idea of just the proportions that you estimate there are of homeless people those who are acutely homeless versus those who are chronically homeless. And by acutely homeless, I mean somebody who, because of some horrible sense of circumstances, finds themselves without a job, let's say, and they can't pay the rent, versus those who have, let's say, drug addiction issues and mental illness who are often chronically homeless. Do you have a sense of what proportions of the population are in each camp?
So our data right now, if you go by the point in time count, shows about, I think it's about a quarter to a third that would be considered chronically homeless. And HUD has a very specific definition for chronically homeless. It means you have to be permanently disabled as well as have been experiencing homelessness for over a year. So sometimes I think we have different images of what that means to different people, but it is, when we use the word chronic homeless, we are talking about that specific HUD definition where someone does have to be permanently disabled and on the streets for a year. And then I think maybe what you're describing is like more episodic homelessness, right? Where someone has an event that puts them on the street. So that's where we want to use an intervention like rapid rehousing to try and get them back in as quickly as possible. But yes, our chronic population right now runs between a quarter and a third of the population.
Based on the HUD standards, but based on, let's say, episodic, which I like your term, those that are episodic versus non-episodic, what would you say is episodic versus non-episodic?
I don't have a good number for that right now because we don't do a lot. I mean, when we do intakes into the homeless management information system, it does talk a little bit about like maybe what led to your homelessness, but it doesn't specifically talk about that. So I wouldn't want to guess. But I can tell you that the primary reason that we're seeing the inflow into homelessness is lack of affordability, right? People are falling out of their homes because the rent increases, like a renovation happens, and someone who was paying, $1,400 a month, if they have to re-enter the rental market, that same unit would be $2,800 a month today.
Right. And do you have any sense of how many homeless people are not actually from Ventura County, but are sometimes brought to Ventura County?
Yeah, so we do quite a bit of, there's some research going on about that, and I think every community you go to will say that people come from other places because we all want to believe that, right? But we show that about 80% of the homeless population is generally from the area. That doesn't mean that some people aren't moving through, and obviously 20% isn't nothing, but generally, right, most people, right, stay in the area where they resided, and because they have some sort of support there, right? Whether it's a doctor or friends. I live just outside the county boundaries in Carpinteria, and we have a very small population, but many of the folks on the street, I've been told by council members, are people they went to high school with many years ago. So we do keep that stat, and it does run between that 75-80%. That became homeless in the area.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. If there are no further comments, this is only a receive and file item. No action is needed. Thank you, Director, very much for your presentation. Thank you, Supervisor Vianney Lopez, for being here with us today. Thank you. Madam Clerk, real quick, do we have any public speakers on this particular item?
Mayor and council members, we do not have any public speakers on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I now want to call the meeting to order for the Oxnard City Council meeting for Tuesday, July 1st, 2025. Madam Clerk, may we have a roll call and posting of the agenda, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you.
Councilwoman Basua. Mayor MacArthur.
Here.
Councilmember Perallo. Councilwoman Bettis.
Here.
Councilwoman Rodriguez.
Present.
Councilmember Starr.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran.
Here.
The agenda for this meeting was posted in the kiosk at City Hall, the Oxnard Public Library, the city administrative offices, and on the city's website on Thursday, June 19th, and the amended agenda on Thursday, June 26th. And Councilmember Perallo. Thank you.
Thank you. May I have everyone stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Councilmember Starr, can you lead us on the Pledge of Allegiance? Okay.
Head of your heart, ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. We will now move to the next item on the agenda. This is the ceremonial item. And today we're going to be presenting a commendation to Isaiah Chavez. Is he here? Where's Isaiah? There he is, there he is. Wonderful. Isaiah is an Olympic hopeful. He just won the Junior Olympic title in boxing festival down in Las Vegas, which hasn't been done since Fernando Vargas won it back some time ago. And he is contributing to the legacy we have here in Oxnard for, we're recognized as Oxnard, right? Because of Fernando Vargas, the birthplace and the training site of various champions from Fernando Vargas to Mikey Garcia. We're going to Hugo Centeno Jr., Victor Ortiz, who trained here as well, and certainly Robert Garcia. Now we've got a future right here. You've got the last name, right? You got the Chavez last name. And in speaking with his father, Jose, he was telling me that he's raising him like a fish, like a pescado, right? To avoid that hook right there during your boxing champ. It's my pleasure to present this commendation to you, Isaiah. I mean, really, it's inspiring. Many of us here are very much supportive of youth sports in our city, just like Ms. Wycombe and the entire commission, Abel and others that are here from that commission. Parks and Recs is here because we so much believe in youth sports because of what they do for kids and families. They enhance your focus and concentration. They create and strengthen community ties. And they help young people like yourself and families as a whole to transcend cultural and language barriers just because of the diverse community we live in. And so youth sports allows just that to happen. So it is my absolute honor, and thank you, Jose, for allowing me to present your little one with this commendation. So if you wouldn't mind, I don't know if you want to say a couple of things, Jose, about your son, or Isaiah, if you wouldn't mind. We have for you this commendation. If you want to come up here and grab it, and I'll give you the mic if you want to say a few words, okay? You got, it is. And speaking of movie stars, we have none other. I see over there, he's hiding. We have young Quicks here with us. There he is. Quicks, thank you for being here today. Thank you. And here, look, I'm going to let Councilwoman, read it. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Perfect. I'm going to go ahead and present tonight's commendation presented to Isaiah Chavez. Isaiah Chavez is an Olympic hopeful, is an Olympic who participated in the 2025 USA Boxing Junior Olympics and Summer Festival inside the Las Vegas Convention Center in Las Vegas, Nevada. He showcased his talent among the nation's best young boxers and won decisively, earning a spot on the USA Boxing Youth National Team. Isaiah proudly carries on Oxnard's legacy as Boxnard, the birthplace of champions like Fernando Vargas, Robert Garcia, Mikey Garcia, Victor Ortiz, and Hugo Centeno Jr. It is now up to Isaiah to continue his hard work and compete in national tournaments. If he wins the same event in 2026 and 2027, he will secure a place in the Olympic box office for the 2028 Olympic Games. And in honoring Isaiah, we celebrate his remarkable achievement while highlighting Oxnard's ongoing leadership in American boxing. This gives our city something truly inspiring to anticipate as we approach the 2028 Olympics. And in witness thereof, we have set my hands on and caused the great seal of the city of Oxnard to be affixed this first day of July 2025. Congratulations.
Good evening. First and foremost, I want to thank my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, for everything he has done. I wouldn't be here without him. And I want to give a shout out to Coach Omar and shout out to my dad. I would also like to thank Mayor MacArthur for presenting me with this award. And thanks to all my friends and family who show me love and support. I truly appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Jose, you guys want a picture with them? You guys want to come up here for a photo? Yeah, come on up.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Hello to the young boxer and the family. I had the opportunity to speak with a previous boxer that was awarded at this council in the past. And then I got a lesson much later from that individual with respect to life. Whatever path you go down, I will relate to the boxer and what his experience was that he shared with me. Make sure you learn mathematics. He had an opportunity to work with Freddie Roach, a very famous coach, and spar with Manny Pacquiao. And it came about that what had happened, there was an assumption he had been pro for a while, and he had very good purses. And Mr. Roach was going to meet him in Oxnard so that he could sign a contract for his sparring with Mr. Pacquiao. This was some years back. And the individual had gotten hurt, so he didn't pursue his career. But Mr. Roach said he would meet him at his house. And the individual that did work for Oxnard at the time told Mr. Roach, I don't have a house. And Mr. Roach was very adamant, you have to have a house. I know what your purses were. And so they met. Freddie Roach went over his history of the purses. And the boxer, when he relayed the story to me, he said, I should have paid attention in math class and found out what percentages, what fractions, what contracts, what those things mean. It's a life lesson that I learned from him, and I'm trying to share it with you and anybody else. Pay attention. A lot of the people that are hangers around, they're not going to get in the ring and put their neck on the line. You are. So don't let somebody take something from you. Learn numbers, don't lie. But liars can make numbers do funny things. Good luck.
Thank you. Great. Any other comments before no? Isaiah, I'm so proud of you, and Jose, thank you so much for bringing them. And you got an entire community behind you, Isaiah, okay? Do us proud, always represent your city well, right? Behave, shy away from problems so that you can excel not only as a boxer and an athlete, but as a human being, right? And be productive and be a positive role model for the rest of the young people that are watching up, looking up to you, okay? So best of luck. You got an entire community behind you, all right? Sounds good. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Stark.
Yeah, congratulations, Isaiah. Great job. And I also want to do a shout out to Jose Chavez. He's got a great organization called Together We Inspire Neighborhood Superstars. I think it's called Twins. And you're out there teaching a lot of people about the sport. He does it as a labor of love with very little money, I understand. But you're getting so much accomplished. And yeah, I was wondering if you could take just, if it's okay with the council, could you just take maybe 30 or 60 seconds and just tell people about your organization and how you've been helping out Isaiah and others just like him?
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Well, we started together. We inspired Neighborhood Superstars back in 2020. Back then, there was a lot of kids not doing nothing because of the pandemic. So we wanted to keep them busy, started off in our garage. To make a long story short, on Cooper Road, we got a nice little facility there. We've had as much as about 60 youth come through our facilities daily. It has gone down a little bit due to recent events, I believe. But we're still here. We're still here for our youth. You can follow us on Instagram at twinsboxing.oxca if you want information about our program, or you can also visit our website at twinsports.com. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Jose. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, we will go next to the next item on the agenda. This is for public comments for items not on the agenda and also for non-action items. Anyone wishing to speak on items not on the agenda and non-action items can come forward now. They can fill out a speaker card, or if you're joining us virtually, press *9 to raise your hand. And we'll wait a few seconds as well to make sure those online can raise their hand and join us. We do have some here in the audience. We'll start with Mario Riley Sr. He'll be followed by Mr. Eric Andrist.
Good evening, everyone. I hate to have to bring this up, but have to. In April, I asked for a formal investigation into the good old boy situation between the city manager and Manny Herrera. At this point, I've not received any response, so what I'll be doing here in the near future, following up to get a status of that. I'll go on. There's a scripture in Matthew chapter 7, verses 1 through 3 that says, "Judge not that you not be judged, for with the judgment you judge, you will be judged, and the measure that you use will be measured back to you. Why do you look at the speck in a brother's eye, but do not consider the plank in your own?" What does this applies to everybody, but then recently more to city council. The other day, a couple of weeks ago, council members Basua and Turan castigated Councilman Starr, supposedly for his lack of empathy and because he said some things that offended them. I don't know, where's your empathy for those of us who voted for him? Which I don't think there's any there either. And that's offensive to us. Nobody has a right to ask the opinion of someone on state and federal issues. That's not what council members were elected to do. They were elected to make decisions that benefit those of us who are the citizens of Oxnard. So what I see going on here is a consistent vendetta against Councilman Starr because of his filing lawsuits, because he doesn't vote for the way you guys want him to, or for everything you want him to vote for, to go along with you. What that basically breaks down to, in a lot of people's mind, including mine, is reverse discrimination. Martin Luther King, Cesar Chavez, Robert Kennedy worked hard to get rid of that, or some of you wouldn't be up where you're at. But now you're doing it back in reverse. That needs to stop. And those of you that have been on the council for a long time know that. But we'll see where that's going to go. The second thing is you need to divest yourself from Manny Herrera. He's a guest host for the city, and all he does is spread misinformation conjured up by some administrators and other people that have yet to be revealed, but they will be. Besides, Herrera is nothing but a hypocrite. I have here the 10 rules that he developed for citizens for a better Oxnard. I've circled all the ones that he violates.
I apologize, Mr. Riley, you're out of time.
Can I get a donation of some extra minutes?
We'll go to the next speaker, Mr.
I would
Riley,
like
that's
to
okay.
cede my time to Mario Riley.
You just want to finish up what you're saying, Ms. Riley? Go ahead.
Thank you. He's a hypocrite. These are the rules that he developed for the
I'm sorry, hold on.
citizens of greater.
Hold on, Ms.
Oxnard.
Riley. We'll pause the time. I just want to get clarification. Mr. Perla asked if we can get clarification from
As the
Mr.
presiding officer, you can,
Allow him.
but however, I'd like to point out that there's a fairness issue with expectations of what other speakers have, and we generally do not have a ceding of time rule during public comment on any item.
Yes, Vice Mayor, go ahead.
In our policies and procedures, it does allow for a group of people to delegate one particular speaker for an amount of time up to a limit, but that's a group of people. In the past, we have had allowances of people to have extra minutes based on a few people giving them that versus a big group of people. In this particular situation, based on what I see in the policies and procedures, I think it'd be fair to allow Mr. Riley to complete his comment, and then we move on.
Mr. Riley, go ahead.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I copied the rules that he developed for the citizens of Better Oxnard. I circled all the ones that he violates himself. He says no speech, no bullying, no rude remarks, no argumentative or irrelevant comments, no venting or complaining. I'm going to leave these here along with other information for the mayor. You can disseminate them to them. It's hypocrisy. Regarding this scenario right now, he castigated Treasurer Molina because Mr. Molina was able to get up and use some other minutes that he was allowed to have for 6 minutes. Okay? Well, quickly he turned around, he did the same thing. Double standards, I guess, apply for him. And so that we thought, well, I guess we can do that. And thank you so much for heeding to that. It's crazy to the idea that what we're seeing here is some examples that shouldn't be even seen by anyone. Unfortunately, Helen Keller could see the ones that are going on here now. The other thing too is the situation where the city manager takes the city treasurer to court, loses, the city has to pay $400 and some thousand because of that case. I think that money should be coming out back of his pocket. He should reimburse the city because that's our taxes, that's our money. And for such a debacle, he probably should be fired while you're getting rid of Herrera. It's crazy. Okay, finally, you need to knock off the reverse discrimination because it's just bringing the whole city down. Finally, everything's being watched. Not just by me, there are a lot of people watching and tired of it. Especially those of you that are newer to the council. Our hope is that that's not going to be caught up by you guys, by those veteran council members. But for the next elections that are coming up, understand there are already people considering what they're going to have to do if this keeps up to get you out of office. Don't mistake it because right now things might be silent, but trust me, it's happening. And you're all being watched on how you're going to be treating each other. Please, I would be remiss if I didn't bring this up to you saying that you're on a road that's going to crash and fall over the cliff. That's I don't enjoy having to do this, but something has to be done. This stuff has to be stopped. He was voted into, hired by us, like all of you were, to take care of business on our behalf. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. Thank you. We'll move to Mr. I don't know if it's Ethan Daniel, or, I'm sorry, I can't read the writing. Is it you, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Aiton, okay.
I'm Aiton, that's Alpha Tango Echo November. I'm an Air Force daughter, Air Force wife, Air Force mom, and I was over at the park after a movie, and I'm wearing this. I give Band-Aids to Marines. I'm T9 Camp Pendleton. And in 2022, I got accosted by a cop that didn't see the corpsman hat me helping a Marine in the grass. We're talking about diversity here. This is Texas. This is Air Force. I'm nonpartisan, and I got disrespected at the park. Kids told me to get out of the park when a dog was barking. And my son's a big red-headed Mexican. I taught him to use a firearm. He worked in the spy plane. You want to see him? He's right there. His grandma's Magianas. And there's disrespect in this town. The kids go, you need to get out of here. And I go, ¿Qué pasó? ¿Yo hablo español también? I swore an oath to this country, and they don't understand. No, what is going on? This is over here at the plaza. You get the F. No, excuse me. The dog's barking. I'm checking on the dog. And they come in the Mercedes. I never saw anything. How embarrassing. What are we teaching? And don't say it, because I'm Irish. We need to teach the kids that the British did something and stop this stuff right now. Because my dad's got his heat-seeking missiles over there by NAVAIR and radar. Tell me to get the F. That was disrespectful. And then somebody goes, you know what? My brother goes, call him Oklahoma, and he goes, being disrespectful. I didn't say nothing. The dog's barking. I'm checking on the dog. And I'm driving my Cherokee Indian off the reservation pickup truck. If you see me in town. And guess who pounded that truck? White people. The white people did it. I'm Irish. Disrespectful. I never saw anything. Ich sprechen Sie Deutsch, ja? For 3 Jahren. You've been overseas? You want to watch America overseas over here? Can't even pick up our trash. I told the captain, what's his name? Whitley? I said, there's a plan, 2008, paint the streets. Paint the streets, and with 6 months, green and white. Because those Germans go 200 miles an hour, and they call it Schweinhunds, pig dogs. That's embarrassing. I'm 18 years old. My German landlord goes, is Dallas real? They're watching us. You know what? Let's study history. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tina, I'm Camp Pendleton. I give Band-Aids to Marines.
Thank
I
you.
love this town.
Thank you,
I'm
ma'am.
walking the line. I love Oxnard.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. We'll go to
Yes,
the
sir.
next speaker. It says Kevin Brennan. Kevin? From Real Guppies. Come on up, Kevin. Thank you.
I'm gonna place my little TV show banner thing right here for you.
Yeah.
So, good afternoon, council. Good evening. So besides being the guppy guy, I actually have a television show called Rollinger's Fishing Show that started the Real Guppy Outdoors. Today I'm here for the PEG, which is Public Education and Government for Public Access Television, and getting our local educational and travel television show played and supported. Little history of me, I'm an award-winning documentary filmmaker from Oxnard College, an alumni from the film program. My show, Rollinger's Fishing Show, was aired on Channel 14 for a couple years, about a decade ago, before the program of Oxnard College shifted and they went to fiber optics, but the OCTV never went back on the air. It's currently being played in our neighboring cities, Ventura, Caps, and Santa Barbara Television, so it makes sense to have it played here in Oxnard with the PEG support. Again, that's for Public Education and Government. It also airs nationally on Mossy Oak Television, Pursuit Network, and other streaming platforms. We have a dockside multimedia learning center where we shoot and edit most of our final projects and film locally for educational, family-friendly programming. This is located in Fisherman's Wharf in Channel Islands Harbor. I'm a Reading Rainbow PBS kid, and a lot of my filming background mixed with California Gold filming to give you an idea of what the TV show is about. The benefits that it has, in our backyard, it showcases recreation, family engagement, and wholesome television programming for all ages. The other benefits is good for tourism and bringing economics to our area, harbor and coastal awareness for Oxnard, marine and recreation. More benefits, such as project-based learning and collaborative projects that we do with other organizations, schools, and our youth to enjoy art, music, and creative freedom to showcase their work they are doing on stage, and a platform for art, while also career pathways, portfolio building for actual industry work in the arts and music. How much time? I have a minute? Good. We also do a podcast weekly, and I'm on Fox Sports AM Weekly. I feel we are an enterprise the city of Oxnard and the community can maximize and benefit as a multimedia hub and resource. We employ out of our community with VACE in Ventura, Momentum for adults with disabilities, Goodwill Industries, and multiple high schools for internships. Last time I approached the city council years ago, about 7 years, I was stonewalled, and I hope to get more support this time. I was told the channel was for government only, but they were showing the Cowboys training camp, and I didn't see how that fit under government. Us being an educational program, I think, again, we are a resource, and we like to see what we can do. After doing research and finding out about the P&G resource, I'm back to see how we can reassess this topic and get the city of Oxnard support. Who would I set up a meeting with to move forward with this? Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin, for your comments. Thank you. I'll be in touch with you. We'll be in touch. Thanks, Kevin. Madam Clerk, are there any public speakers, or is that somebody virtual?
Mayor, yes, we will take the next caller ending in 6377. You have 3 minutes starting now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. Manuel Herrera, Citizens for Better Oxnard. Hopefully my comments tonight will help in Mr. Riley's investigation. Anyways, item I on the agenda is when council members give a brief report on their activities for the past week. I'm sure all of you on the council there are eager to report that you proudly attended the recent press conference held at the Government Center, where all local leaders received an invitation. They were all there in unity, and as Vianney Lopez said when talking about the importance of conversations that need to be had about our immigrant community, she says, and I quote, "We are all here to reaffirm our values as local leaders closest to our community must lead these conversations grounded in the lived experience of the people we serve and represent." She went on to say that they will be working to establish an immigration legal defense fund for families facing detention or deportation. As you can see, this was a very important press conference to attend, and I was proud to see all of our council members and mayor in attendance. Wait, did I say all council members? Unfortunately, there was one council member missing. And yes, you guessed it. It was Mr. Riley's friend, Aaron Starr, whose district includes La Colonia, where the majority of our immigrant community lives. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he was there. Maybe he was standing in front of a tall person and couldn't be seen. Or maybe Starr, when they introduced all of Oxnard city officials, they mistakenly forgot to mention his name. I don't know. Aaron Starr, what excuse will you have this time? Everyone else made it. You know, people keep asking why I constantly attack Aaron Starr. The better question is, why does he continue to give us reasons to expose his lack of sympathy to his community, especially our Hispanic community? He obviously only cares about himself and his agenda. Maybe this will finally be the straw that broke the camel's back, and the residents of his district will now do what they need to do to get rid of this guy. When is enough enough? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Herrera, for calling in. We'll now go to our next speaker. This is Vanessa Valdez. Ms. Valdez, go ahead.
Buenas tardes.
Yeah. And Vanessa, we did get your hand out. We all have a copy too.
Oh,
Yeah.
perfect, yes. So I have extras in case anyone else needs them, and I'll leave extras for the public as well.
Thank you.
It's a resolution we're proposing. So good evening, Mayor, council members, and city staff. My name is Vanessa Valdez. I'm a Chicana lawyer from Oxnard, and I'm here today as a concerned resident and advocate for the immigrant communities in Oxnard. I am actually very glad that I am following up Mr. Herrera's comment, because it is important to also highlight the fact that it's not just about attending the press conferences or putting out solidarity statements. It's also about action afterwards. And so even though Mr. Starr was not present, perhaps that is, in a way, I feel a symbol or an action that perhaps is more transparent than other individuals or elected officials in our community. So it is important to also hold our elected officials accountable to their words. And so today I'm here to present a resolution where we are proposing ideas to help our community. As you know, agents with Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, are federal officers who take an oath to uphold the U.S. Constitution. But despite that oath, civil rights organizations and legal experts have documented numerous violations of constitutional rights here in our community. Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, the 14th Amendment. We can have a discussion later about that. At the same time, while immigrant communities face this ongoing threat, they have also been vital contributors to our economy. According to the Latino GDP report, which most of you attended and heard, if Latinos in the US were their own country, they would have the 5th largest GDP in the world. In fact, in 2021, the total economic output of Latina women alone exceeded the entire economy of the state of Florida. Latinos are not only essential, they are economically indispensable. During the pandemic, immigrant workers, many undocumented, served as essential workers. They stocked grocery shelves, harvested crops, cared for our elders, and kept our economy going. Just as the state and county declared a public health emergency during COVID-19, today I ask the City Council to recognize that the threat of mass deportation and civil rights abuses now represents a new form of crisis, a public safety and public health emergency in our city. That's why I respectfully urge the City Council and our mayor to place the resolution we have presented on the next agenda, to declare a local immigrant defense emergency and to explore a rapid response legal network that can protect residents, build public trust, and affirm Oxnard's commitment to dignity and equal protection for all. Let's see you follow through with all of those statements that you made at the press conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa. Madam Clerk, does this include the public speakers on items on the agenda?
Mayor and council members, yes, that concludes our public speakers in person and virtually for items not on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move to item item H. This is the report from our city manager, Mr. Nguyen.
The clicker. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to get the slides. We have 3 routine announcements and then 1 special one from our rec department. Okay. Well, we're almost at that time, just a few days away, and I think everyone's aware of this. It's a ongoing issue that we have across the country, with the exception of the state of Massachusetts. So I think everyone's pretty aware about fireworks being illegal throughout our city. And I think people are aware of all the various phone numbers you can call. There's the fireworks officer cell phone. All this information, by the way, is available on all of our websites, the police department's pages, as well as all of our social media. So there's email, there's voicemail you can leave, there's the non-emergency line, and so on. The thing I want to highlight, because this is what I've been hearing at neighborhood council meetings throughout the last several months, is this repeated question about whether people can make these reports anonymously. And I just want to reiterate for everyone that yes, you can make the report anonymously, and it's strongest in terms of enforcement if when you let us know that if you are aware of the exact address / location of where the fireworks were ignited, in addition to just where the sound may have come from. So that makes it much more helpful. Again, this information is all over all of our channels of our websites and all of our social media. Next, Councilwoman Rodriguez mentioned this, so we have the slide, so I'll put it on here. So this is a community meeting on Saturday, July 12th, that actually she will be leading with staff support. To summarize, this is about making tangible choices for Durley Park in the near future. So again, it is Saturday, July 12th. It's going to begin at 9 o'clock, and we think it should be only take a couple hours at Durley Park. And to encourage families to attend, we also are going to have some activities for kids in the park while the parents hopefully are attending the meeting. Next is the next scheduled free drop-off days at our garbage facility. We call it Del Norte. So this is also on July 12th, and it will begin at 8 a.m., and it'll be available all the way through to 2 p.m. This information is also all over our various media channels, and this is for Oxnard residents. So please don't invite your friends and family and cousins from other towns. This is only for Oxnard. For more information, you can find the info. Our phone number there is 805-385-8060. These events always go off really well. They're very well managed, organized, and very orderly. Because so many people take advantage of it, there usually is a wait, but it actually moves quite fast. So if you show up and you see a line, don't worry, just get in line. It happens pretty quick. Okay, and then now, Parks and Rec will come up because we are going to discuss the fact that July is the National Recreation and Park Association's celebration of Park and Recreation Month. All yours.
Thank you, City Manager Nguyen. Greetings, Mayor MacArthur, Mayor Pro Tem Tehran, and fellow council members. On behalf of the Recreation and Community Services Division and Parks Maintenance Division, I thank you for building with us as we celebrate July as Park and Recreation Month. This year's theme is Build Together, Play Together. On behalf of Director of Culture and Community Services, Terrell Harrison, I ask for Pam Morrison, our Community Services Manager, and our Recreation Division staff to rise with me. Oh, and Assistant Director Renee Rakestraw, if we can all rise together. Along with our remaining Recreation and Parks and Community Services Commissioners. There's no better way to celebrate Park and Recreation Month than by highlighting the park and recreation professionals who faithfully contribute to the strong, vibrant, and resilient community of Oxnard. The service that recreation and park staff provide are vital for our community, from caring for open spaces and natural resources to helping fight obesity and providing healthy activities and meals for our residents of all ages. Park and Recreation Month brings attention to how important it is to support our profession, because every day, people like you all show up and show our residents that they matter through our service, through our programming, and the relationships that we build together with them. I have flyers here up front highlighting our free summer programs, along with a few different ways. I just want to highlight a couple of the ways that you can join us in this next month celebrating Park and Recreation. First, MAC, our Mobile Activity Center. They travel each week to different parks. This week, MAC is stationed at College Park from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. and at Rio Lindo Park from 3 to 6 p.m. It offers free activities for our community, drop-in, parents can join in the fun as well, and at the end of each week, City Corps joins MAC in hosting the wagon train. Next Friday, July 11th, is Kids Fest. It's our celebration at Oxnard PAL from 2 to 3 p.m. with free lunch, children's activities and games, along with community resources from PAL sponsors, including Raising Cane's, Vallarta the Market, Premier America, and others. Special guests including Oxnard PD and Fire, and our City Core Wagon Train, always a lot of fun. Next Friday is also the kickoff of Community Cinema. So that was scheduled for Colonia Park, showing Inside Out. And so this event travels throughout our local parks, hosting free movies for our community. They can come out, watch a movie for free with their kids, spend a couple bucks and get some popcorn from our Youth Directors Council. On July 12th as well, there's another event. We are also hosting and launching the first of 3 free community concert and arts markets that will be held at Plaza Park. So July 12th, we will welcome Los Solos and Cool Hand Ukes, who will open for Abbey Road, a Beatles tribute band, for anyone who's interested. So again, this event is free to the community, and we've actually reached out through Cultural Arts to all of our local artisans and artists. And so it's strictly an arts market, highlighting our local talent here. Camp Serendipity has also returned to its longtime home at PAC, and registration is open and available for families of youth 5 to 12 years old. And all month long at Colonia Park are Colonia sports camps. They'll be featuring skills in football, volleyball, soccer, and basketball. And Oxnard PAL this month is also hosting our camps, our Sports of All Sorts camp, along with basketball camp in partnership with Oxnard PD. So in that one, police officers are actually hosting and teaching those drills alongside our youth. And summer lunch program has extended throughout our department. So at Southwinds, as we've traditionally done, Oxnard PAL at Southwinds, at Oxnard PAL, and also at the main library. So this will be our 2nd year. And so during the week, Monday through Thursday at the library beginning at noon, and then Monday through Friday at Oxnard PAL, and then also at Southwinds beginning at 11. And we'll close this month's festivities with a special community cinema screening on August 2nd at Sierra Linda Park, screening Following Harry. And so a documentary actually celebrating the work and the legacy of Harry Belafonte. And so that's our partnership together with the Gathering for Justice, and then also the Belafonte Naso Productions Company and Oxnard PAL. We have a lot of fun things planned for the month of July, a lot of opportunities for our families to come out and to build together with us and enjoy the fresh air outside. And so if you have any questions, you can always reach out to the Recreation Office at 805-385-7995. And you can also follow us on social media at Oxnard Rec. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. That concludes, yeah. Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. I know we thank staff for all the work that you do, but this is the time to do it during the summer. So thank you. It sounds like it's a full calendar. So thank you, staff, for all that work. Any other comments before we move to the next item? Go ahead, Mr. Pro.
Yes, thank you very much. I want to share one thing Terrell Harrison has always told me. What other department in the city of Oxnard would the residents of Oxnard trust their youngest members and their oldest members? And it's Parks and Rec. You guys do tremendous work for the kids, seniors, and everybody else. But this is an unheralded group, and I'm very grateful that you're all here today and you stood up. It matters. As I was telling a lady earlier today, just a simple thank you goes a long way. Thank you very much for all you're doing.
Thank you. Any other comments before we move to the next item? Okay. We'll move to the next item on the agenda. This is item I. This is the report of city council members. Do any council members have any announcements or anything they'd like to report? We'll try to self-regulate, try to keep it to 3 minutes. But we'll start to my left with Councilwoman Perez. Go ahead.
Great,
Councilwoman?
yes. I will keep my comments short and
No,
concise
we'll-
as
we'll-
much
we'll
as
try.
I,
It's just, yeah, we'll
as
try.
much as I hope. I want to also acknowledge the speakers that came and spoke tonight. Thank you for sharing your input and your perspectives on things that the city should be doing. But I do want to just kind of highlight one thing. I know that oftentimes a lot of the work that happens oftentimes behind the scenes. But it doesn't mean that the work is not happening. Although it may not be public or shared publicly, especially around the specific conditions that we're facing right now with immigration and the concerns of our undocumented community. So just know, I want to share with the public that there is a lot of efforts that are happening. And I just wanted to appreciate the local organizations again for their direct responses, rapid responses, legal aid, food, rides, and ensuring that basic needs are being met. A lot of the work happens for sure at a policy level inside the city council chambers, but a lot of the community work, and I know many of us on this council do this work outside of sitting in this capacity as city council members. So just wanted to kind of recognize that. I also wanted to highlight that we had Pride, our Pride celebration this past Saturday, and wanted to thank Oxnard LGBTQ and all the local organizations that put that event together. I know there's much more of a need to continue to ensure that all of our community members' civil rights and resources and opportunities are available. So really want to applaud all of the organizers and event coordinators that put that event on an annual basis and all of the work and effort that gets put into that. I also wanted to share that I'm really grateful and honored to be able to represent the entire city and District 6 specifically, because I know that many of our community members there often keep in touch about all of the things that are happening in the community, whether it's neighborhood concerns, issues around parking, ways of improving the quality of life. And I'm just honored to be able to work closely with all of our neighborhood council chairs and neighborhood councils in general who constantly provide input on areas of improvement in the South End. One of the proposals that came into fruition is on Thursday, July 10th, the Cal Giesler neighborhood will be meeting at Lathrop Park at 4 p.m. To just share some input and feedback. I think that reoccurring feedback and recommendations on areas of improvement is something that I take very seriously. So wanted to applaud all of our neighborhood council chairs and the work that they do. I will be meeting with them again. As I've mentioned early on, I plan to meet with every neighborhood council chair on a regular basis. So we'll be meeting up again in August, again to go over neighborhood concerns. The last thing I wanted to say is that I also wanted to applaud City Corps and the Rec Department as well. They did an alley cleanup in Redwood, and I think they'll also be doing a cleanup pretty soon in Cal Giesler. So again, wanted to thank their work. And the last thing I'll say is I'm also grateful that I'll also be meeting with the mayor every other week just to really brainstorm and ensure that the South End receives the care and services that it deserves. So that is my report, and thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilmember Perillo?
I'd like to thank the speakers who spoke today, had opportunities to attend various meetings, and with all the events that are going on locally, nationally, and globally, please keep your heads, people. There are comments that are made at this moment. I'm speaking about the comments that are made derogatory about public safety. Public safety is not working with the national government on this. And there was an event in this room which was tremendous. Those 18 new graduates from the I beg your pardon, EMT situation with the fire department involvement. And what that boils down to in a comment that was made, also at the County Government Center, when public safety, be the police or fire, come to your aid, they're not asking your marital status, they're not asking your immigration status. They're here to help you. And please remember that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Perrello. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just lead in with sharing what had been alluded to earlier, that last Friday I had the pleasure and the distinct privilege to attend a press conference with several dozen local elected leaders, as well as community organizations who are serving directly our immigrant community, or supporting it peripherally in some way. And the idea behind the press conference was to establish where we stand in the federal actions taken by ICE against members of our own community, our neighbors. And I have to first give a shout out to Councilmember Perrello, because from my recollection in the list I was given, we were keeping a very real-time account of who was there. I had inadvertently left him out on that naming on the list, and he was there. So I wanted to share that publicly, that I appreciate his attendance. And really, the invite went to every single elected official in the county of Ventura, city, county, school board, special district, to have the opportunity to consider attending or reply with their regrets, but offering their support. And a number did offer their support in their absence. And I just want to share that actions mean something. And a number of us have been working across jurisdictions as elected leaders, seeking viable solutions to what's in front of us and facing our community members, but also solutions that don't harm the people that we're trying to protect. That's a very real possibility in what we're facing at the federal level. And one of those first steps in action is planting that flag and making it clear where you stand. And that press conference was the first way that many across this county were able to do so. It was not symbolic, it was not empty words, and it wasn't meant to lift up anybody's ego. It was to do what is right by those who are being terrorized and affected directly by these federal actions. And a follow-up to that, as was mentioned, Supervisor Lopez did a call to action to jurisdictions about a legal defense fund. I've initiated conversations with our city manager, but that should be nothing new, because previously we mentioned that we've given direction to our city staff to address that in some way, and how we can support those who are providing support directly to our immigrant population. So in my 16 seconds I have left, I also attended Pride, and thank you again to Oxnard LGBTQ for the amazing work in creating that affirming space for so many, and it was a great event. I attended the pre-graduation for the EMS Corps, and I appreciate all of their work and us being able to see Savannah last week as well. And the last thing I'll share is I just learned today that there is an app that folks can download if you have an iPhone, an iOS device, called IceBlock. And it doesn't collect personal data, and users are completely anonymous. And it allows people to drop pins on where there is ICE activity within a very near geographical location to where they are located. Again, it is anonymous, it does not collect your data, but it is only available on iOS devices just due to data collection limitations on Android platforms. There are also safeguards to prevent users from spamming the platform with fake sightings, and there are no plans by the developer to monetize the now free app. Rather, they wanted it to be a service to the community. And we had talk earlier about this administration and the policies and how it's affecting just one area, which is homelessness, and our work to address that, and housing. And I say that if you don't like this administration's policies, wait 24 hours and see what tomorrow brings, because it seems that things change that quickly. So unfortunately, they don't seem to be changing for the better, but who knows? But I appreciate the extra time on this, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We'll go to my left, my right, Councilwoman Basua.
Thank you. I also had the privilege of standing in solidarity with almost my entire council members here, although I did have to leave early for a meeting that I had pre-scheduled. And last but not least, I also want to reiterate the message for the fireworks, that they are illegal. I mean, it's in all our neighborhoods, it's all night, and I know our police department is doing everything they can. I actually saw them enforcing. They actually caught somebody, actually was driving, and they actually threw a firecracker right in front of them. So I know they're doing the best that they can with this issue, and I really appreciate all the effort.
Thank you, Councilwoman Basula. Councilmember Starr?
Yeah, I'd actually like to talk about the fireworks as well. Yeah, I was very surprised and actually delighted to see an email from Ray Blattell, who was one of the biggest critics about fireworks in this community. Actually, he was complimenting Chief Benitez, and I don't know if anyone else was copied on that email, but noticing that it seems like the number of fireworks incidents have dropped a bit so far. He's of course not optimistic about July 4th, but it sounds like we're making some progress. I'm particularly delighted that the police department is sending out letters in advance to known addresses where this is a problem and letting people know that we are looking at you. And if you happen to know of somebody on your street who habitually sets off illegal fireworks, definitely contact the police department and make sure that their address is put on the list. So that way it's easy to track them down, and they'll get a letter first to warn people about the enormous fines that they're about to incur, and that the police are going to be looking. So I think we're on the right path here. I want to share something I did over the weekend that I enjoyed, and I would encourage others to do this as well. I actually had a tour of the Henry Levy House. And Eric Andrist, who's in the audience, is the owner of the house. They were holding a fundraiser for, I think it was for feral cats. But I had the opportunity to actually see a bit of history there. And it's just an amazing, majestic house. It's got more doors and windows than I could ever imagine for a house. But you definitely want, the next time he has an opportunity, you have an opportunity to tour that, and he's offering a tour, I highly encourage you to attend that and just see a little bit of the history in this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Yes, thank you so much. I think, since we had a meeting on Thursday, some of our updates are probably very repeated, so I also attended the call to action, I would say, because there's really a call for not only support and verbal, but like what resources can become available for this legal defense fund, just as human rights are not being respected. So I attended that, and I just want to flag that we have a District 4 meeting coming up where we will be talking about, and this is going to be July 17th at the Thousand Oaks Room at the OPAC, and we're going to be talking about traffic engineering, street sweeping, other signage and things in District 4, as well as fireworks. I know that we have some constituents who have been coming to our office hours just talking about the concerns, the safety concerns. I know there was an email from the Levy House of just a lot of concern for the wellness of the community as a whole, so that is not taken lightly. I do know that Chief Benitez and his team have been working really hard to make sure that folks, the minimum fine is $250, the max is $1,000 per incident. But I think loss of life, loss of fingers, there's so many accidents that could happen that sometimes $1,000 fine might be, the best case scenario for some folks. So safety, I think, is always a concern. So there's going to be a report on that for District 4 meeting. Come on down if you are in District 4, or anybody's welcome. The other thing I wanted to share was, which is pretty unorthodox, after the Pride celebration that I attended at OPAC, I was actually invited to a house party, and this was actually a butterfly release party as a result from our insect festival. So family friends bought some caterpillars, and their kid is 5 years old, 7-year-old, and a few other children. So I just wanted to thank folks for their hard work for the insect festival, because believe it or not, Councilwoman Rodriguez was at a butterfly release party this last Saturday in between, several other events. But I thought that was pretty cool, and I just saw the excitement with the kids and, just the growth. So anyway, kudos to you all for your good work on that. Last but not least, I was a judge at the Chelita Festival. So yes, that was Sunday. And thank you all so much for thinking of Councilwoman in District 4 at Heritage Square. And yeah, I just want to make myself available for folks to connect. So Oxnard Pride, Government Center, the release party, and oh yes, I know that there were some community groups who are very concerned about the negative impacts that family separations are creating. And there was a food distribution at Oxnard College this past Monday at 10 a.m. I believe they're going to push for making it on a regular basis for families who maybe are losing their main breadwinner due to a lot of the ICE enforcement. So just get the word out, and hopefully there's more information on that on Mondays at 10 a.m. I know there was a distribution this past Monday at Oxnard College, parking lot B. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilwoman Rodriguez. And just along those lines, I think many of you know where I personally stand on the issue of the aggressive immigration enforcement that is occurring here in our city and in our jurisdiction, which I've put out a video, and I was accompanied by Chief Benitez on that, where I was speaking personally about the unjust actions of ICE that are unwarranted, unnecessary, and that are deliberately harming people, especially the hardworking people of our city that contribute so much economically and culturally to our city, and is just causing unnecessary problems. I've taken that message out to our local businesses. I've walked our downtown in meeting people at their businesses, talking directly with them about the non-police collaboration with ICE, dispelling some of these messages that they're seeing on social media, and just having very sincere, authentic conversations with our business leaders. I've also been invited to speak to individual families, and I've taken advantage of that. Some of these families, to my surprise, when I've shown up at their home, there's 50, 60 people in their backyard, and so I've engaged with them, again, with some authenticity, but some real messages about what we can and cannot do, and not making false promises, but truly just engaging with them and letting them know our challenges as well and what those are, and that we collectively here are not shy away from entertaining innovative strategies to help our community. I've had some really good conversations with the city leadership over in Los Angeles, just trying to just gain just some insight, to be informed about what we're missing, what we can and can't do, and always looking to innovate if there's something that we're missing. I've taken that same message out this weekend. I did manage to attend on Sunday some soccer events to hand out trophies, but I took advantage, again, realizing that these were young people playing 7-on-7, and their families, grandparents were there, and essentially what should have been a very just ceremonial activity of handing out trophies, I took advantage and had a group of probably 100 people there listening to me, directly hearing the message from me and from this council as to the challenges that we're facing and what our position is with ICE activities in our city, because those people in attendance, many of them have been directly impacted by that. And also this weekend, there was two great events. I know Commander Edgar is here, and Edgar was part of the MAD event that happened on Saturday, Mothers Against Drunk Driving. So thank you, Edgar, for being out there and doing what you do with that organization. Also, VCCDC had their 13th annual home ownership forum, and that was very informative for families looking to purchase new homes. So there's a lot of things happening in our city, and so I'm just so glad to have this position right now at this critical time in our city and for our entire country. So if there's no other comments on that, we'll move to the next item on the agenda. This is the consent agenda. Do any council members have any consent agendas they wish to discuss? Yes, Vice Mayor.
Just a quick note for the record, I'll need to recuse myself from item 2 with the County of Ventura, and the agreement falls under the Human Services Agency. And just due to my professional relationship with the County of Ventura doing contract work, I'll have to recuse myself from that decision and that discussion.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Just number 3, thank you.
Number 3, okay. Okay, so we'll We can,
If there are no other
Yep.
items to remove, I'll move the recommended action, approve the rest of the agenda.
yeah, I think there's
Should be
only
one.
just one and two. Okay, is there a second on items one and two?
I'll second that.
Okay, Madam Clerk, call for the vote. Also, hold on, is there any public speakers on those particular items?
Mayor and council members, we do not have any public speakers for the information and consent agenda in person or virtually. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor MacArthur,
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo,
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez,
Aye.
Councilmember Starr,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'll make a note that you are recusing yourself.
Took the words right out of my mouth.
From-
Yes, yes on 3, recusal on 2. Thank you.
And Councilwoman Basua, and this motion carries 7-0 with the exception of Mayor Pro Tem on L2. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to,
Yes on 1, recusal on 2. I'm so excited to vote on 3, so my apologies.
we'll go to, what's that?
Sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead.
No, that's my mistake. I just misspoke.
But who made the motion? Because I know I seconded it.
It was Councilmember Perallo made the motion. Thanks again, Commander Edgar Fernandez, for coming and for the MAD event. Thank you. Okay. We'll move now to item 3. This is from the Finance Department. This is the city's monthly investment report for the period ending May 2025. The recommendation is for the city council to receive and file this item only, and I know you have some questions. We'll go to Councilmember Starr. Go
I
ahead.
do, and I gave our CFO a heads up on this because I did have a question and which he was able to answer. But my question was, well, what interest income are we earning on the bank accounts? Because we don't earn interest income on the bank accounts, it would appear. So the CFO did confirm that we don't have interest income on our bank accounts. What we do have, as I understand it, is the bank will give like an earnings credit to be offset against bank charges. But that earnings credit, if it exceeds bank charges, you don't get any value for that. And at my company, we also do Bank of America. We also use Bank of America for our banking. And I wanted to bring to the council's attention and to staff's attention the possibility that maybe we can negotiate interest income on these balances. Our company, we're comparable in size to the city. We have large cash balances as well. And we're earning about 4.2% a year on our cash holdings. So multiply that by about $50 million of cash right here. It's about $2 million a year possible, offset by whatever those bank charges would be that we'd be incurring instead. So I guess my request for staff is that our CFO and I guess working together with the treasurer, see if there's a way to negotiate a different agreement with the bank, if that's at all possible, so that we can actually earn all the interest income that we ought to be able to earn. Maybe there are legal limitations that prohibit us from being able to do that. I'm just kind of relaying to you my story about what we're able to do with, in the case of my employer, and it's significant dollars. So that was all.
Okay. Any other?
Well, any feedback from our CFO?
I'm not so sure there was a, well, go ahead.
Good evening, Javier Chagoyan Lázaro, Chief Financial Officer, City of Oxnard. We'll definitely take the council members' input. There's other alternatives, like there's other pool investments that provide same-day liquidity that we can also explore as well, just to have more flexibility, more options to place this short-term cash.
If for some reason they offer you a lowball rate, talk to me, and I'll put you in touch with the banker that we use at Bank of America.
Thanks.
Thank you. If there are no other comments, what's the pleasure of council on this item?
Mayor and council members, this is a receive and file only.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I already voted on it.
Yeah. We have to note, the vice mayor voted on it already. The next item on the agenda is item N1. This is from the Public Works Department. public project agreement with Toro Enterprises for the neighborhood street resurfacing for La Colonia Phase 3 project, the Colonia Road and Juanita Avenue Sidewalk Improvement Project, and the Ramona Elementary School pedestrian crossing enhancements. The recommendations that the City Council approve and authorize a total of $10,398,673.15 in project funds for the neighborhood street resurfacing, La Colonia Phase 3 project, La Colonia Road and Juanita Avenue Sidewalk Improvement Project, and the Ramona Elementary School pedestrian crossing enhancement project. Number 2, the mayor to execute an agreement with Toro Enterprises in the amount of $8,665,561.15 for the project and approve a project contingency amount of $866,556 with Toro Enterprises for a total not to exceed value of $9,532,117.15 for the project. 3, a project allocation amount of $866,556 for engineering, inspection, survey, and project management for the project. And 4, approved project budget appropriations of $1,200,000 for the neighborhood street resurfacing project, consisting of a budget transfer of $1 million within the Community Development Block Grant, otherwise known as CDBG Fund 201, $100,000 from the available fund balance in the Water Operating Fund, and $100,000 from the available fund balance in the Wastewater Operating Fund, as well as the corresponding capital outlay fund appropriation increase in the same amounts. This item did not originate in committee, as this is a capital improvement project specifically listed in the city's capital improvement program budget, which was previously approved by the City Council. And our Public Works Director, Michael Wolf, is here to answer any questions. Yes, go ahead, Vice Mayor. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wolf and Mr. Kessler. I'm wondering, I can't smile any bigger than this to see this in front of us here. And I'm wondering if you wouldn't mind just giving us a brief overview of some of the background on this. And also, I think it needs to be stated just how much work has gone into it to get us to this point.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council members, Michael Wolf, Director of Public Works. This is the Phase 3 of the Colonia neighborhood paving project. If you remember, April of last year, we brought our pavement management program to council and recognized our 5-phase plan for our arterial program, our neighborhood program, and our alley program. This is our neighborhood program. This was supposed to be our next phase. And we have been working on a couple unique situations in the area having to do with encroachments in the right-of-way. And so we have bid out another neighborhood project in advance of this one because of all the work that needed to happen. Our project manager, who's sitting over to my right here, she has done a lot of work canvassing the neighborhood and being able to address some of these encroachments in the right-of-way. It's very similar to phases 1 and 2 that we have done out here in the Colonia neighborhood, where we have some fences that are encroaching into the city's right-of-way. This project also includes some safe routes to school type activities. We're doing some enhanced pedestrian improvements that we don't typically do with our regular paving projects. And we have some improvements at a lot of the intersections that are typical, which is our ADA curb ramp improvements, but we're also doing flashing beacons and some bulb outs, curb and gutter, sidewalk improvements. And we're also doing some storm drain improvements, which we don't typically do, but it's associated with some of the PED improvements, pedestrian improvements that we're doing with the project. So this is one of our larger neighborhood paving projects that we're doing. And it's just taken us a long time to get here because of all the uniqueness that's in the neighborhood.
Great, thank you. That's my question, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other comments? If not, we'll go to public speakers. I'm sorry, go ahead, Councilman Perlo.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the project. I'm a supporter of this, but can you give a little bit of an update? The Mayor Pro Tem has asked. The issue with the property rights of the individuals that had property that was in city property and fence moving around. And a comment that I have. I appreciate the bulb outs for the ADA improvements, but in the areas that I drive through in the city of Oxnard, not just in my district, where bulb outs have been put in and the bulb outs are painted red. I am concerned sometimes when there's not a elevated sign, when people have to get used to them there, you can see where tires have clobbered them. And I don't know if those lead to claims against the city of Oxnard, but I'd recommend putting something, at least, the plastic things with reflectors, at least give people a chance to learn. But the issue about the property, this has been an ongoing thing. When I first got on the council, this was a hot item. And I do appreciate that this coming forward, all the work. But a little update on the property lines.
So the original neighborhood, the tract map that was recorded for the neighborhood, 60s, 50s, 40s, 30s, 1930s or 40s. So we're dealing with some pretty old tract map information and fences that, whether they were originally installed in the city's right-of-way or may have crept over time into the city's right-of-way. And so the idea here is we want to make sure that we are constructing the sidewalk to enhance the pedestrian access, especially when we're talking about around the schools. And so we had to do a lot of research. We wanted to do a sort of a belt and suspenders approach. We felt very comfortable with our original analysis about where the right-of-way line was, where property boundaries were. But we went the extra step and we pulled title from several properties to make sure that our original analysis was correct. And so we've established where private property and city property, those lines are. And what we're proposing to do is to relocate those fences out back away from the current location so that we can construct wider sidewalks to allow for better pedestrian access, especially to and from the schools.
Very grateful for that. Thank you very much for the little explanation.
I just want to comment real quick, Director Wolf. Thank you. And I did have some families, as you know, reach out to me personally with the issue, and so I just want to share with the public that Mr. Wolf and his staff, who are all here today, were agreeable to meet with the families, the three in question that were contesting their property in this development. So thank you I think that was a great meeting, that we were able to facilitate that meeting, and we were very transparent with them, including you and the city being agreeable to share all the information provided by the consultant that was certain that they had encroached into city property. And we shared that information in full transparency with them, and also invited them to look at their own deed or look at their own transaction to see if there was any discrepancy there. But I don't think they've provided any to this point. And also the city and the contractor were very agreeable to, they could extend to 10 feet, but they were only going to take the necessary property, which was 7 feet, because that's all that we needed. And we're also agreeable to put back their fence. They certainly didn't have to, but we're agreeable to do it, to leave it better than it was. So that was a great compromise, and I think a great way of meeting them halfway, realizing that they probably didn't do it themselves. I mean, these are properties from the 1940s that probably somebody did at some point, but it was a good, robust conversation. So thank you for being agreeable to at least meet them there and try to convey to them the need to get this thing done. So thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, for attending that. That was very helpful.
Yeah, thank you. No problem. Go ahead, Councilmember Starr.
Yeah, first of all, I'd like to say that the city was very prudent here. I think that the city did a good job. I thought that the decision to relocate the fences at the city's expense rather than at the property owner's expense was a sensible decision. Probably doesn't cost a whole lot extra for us to do. Makes people feel a little bit better about the whole thing, especially with whatever misunderstanding has happened in the last 60 or 70 years as far as where the property line really is. And I think this involves like 27 properties, as I recall reading. Now I guess there's still like 4 properties where they disagree with the city's position, and I think that it seems prudent that we got litigation insurance just in case. I don't know how likely litigation is on something like this. Out of curiosity, just for my own edification, if you happen to know, any idea how much that insurance cost? I assume it's not very much.
How much it costs us to have the title be insured?
Yeah.
What was the extra cost of that? We don't know. It was relatively not that much more than just pulling regular title.
Okay. And regarding the actual contract itself for the work, we know that one contractor responded. That sometimes happens. But what I really appreciate what staff did this time, or at least maybe they do it all the time, but it was certainly noted this time, is that staff took the initiative to review recent bids from other nearby jurisdictions to see if it was reasonable. And they also took the time to talk to folks that we asked to bid who didn't bid, and finding out that often it's because of constraints that the potential bidders were having rather than some issue with us. So I just want to say overall, I'm pretty happy with the staff report here and really happy with the work that was done for this. That's where I'm coming from. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Just one last question. Thank you for that, Mayor. I'm wondering if either Mr. Wolf or Mr. Kessler or anyone from staff or the project manager would be able to highlight just briefly the pedestrian crossing enhancements for Ramona School that we're looking at, just so folks have that description on what they can plan to see and a timeline for when we might see those items by the school completed.
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Tamara, and I'm the project manager on this project. The enhancements around the school will be mostly on Ramona Elementary. It's around the whole school. We're building bulb outs. There's one intersection specifically on Bonita Avenue and Cooper Road that has a really big intersection, and the crosswalk is really long. And we're going to build a bulb out, which will make the crosswalk shorter. And this will enhance safety for our students. And we are also installing a flashing beacon on Anita and Cooper Road, which will also enhance safety and prevent any future accidents.
Thank you. And do we have just a ballpark estimate on when we might see the construction completed on that specific area around the school?
No, not really. The way the contractor starts, they do the concrete first. Mm-hmm. So that will be the first thing they see. Then they move on to do roadway improvements like dig outs, microsurfacing and paving. And then at the end, they'll see the striping and the electrical work, which will include the flashing beacon at Anita.
I see. Okay, thank you.
So once we award the contract, the contractor has a certain number of days to give us the schedule. And so we are well aware that the school schedule is there, and we're trying to make sure we will work around that as best as possible. Obviously, we know there are certain times of the school year that are much better to do construction around schools. So we are very aware of that during their off times, whether that's the Thanksgiving break, the winter break, recognizing that there are certain times of the year that we can pave from a weather standpoint, and certain times that we can't. So we're well aware of that, but we don't dictate means and method to the contractor, and we need to get a schedule from them for that.
Thank you.
Yeah. And just to let you know, Mr. Wolf, I know last week I went and met with one of the property owners, Nellie Estrada, and her husband, Juan. So I met with them as well and walked their neighborhood and looked at her property and just pointed out to her the things that we gained from that meeting, and she wasn't at that meeting, so I took that conversation directly to her. And I've also followed up with Claudio and his brother, who is another family at the corner as well. So we're pushing these conversations forward. Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead, Councilman Perla.
Mayor, Mr. Wolf, or Mr. Kelsler, can one of you explain exactly what a bulb out is and how it works and the rationale behind it? And secondly, I did see one of our city attorneys come up to possibly add some information earlier, Elle. I don't know if there was something she wanted to add to an earlier question.
So bulb out, that's probably a term that we throw around that maybe most folks don't recognize. And Tamara kind of gave an idea of it. So what we're trying to do with this is, if you can imagine the sidewalk, we are trying to extend the sidewalk into the roadway such that we are narrowing or shortening the distance that a pedestrian has to walk across the street. And so the way this works, it just looks like a kind of a radius that gets pushed out into away from the current sidewalk, and provides the opportunity for pedestrian visibility, better visibility for pedestrian before they get into the crosswalk, and it shortens that distance between the other side of the street, and it's a way for that to occur safely and being protected by the curb and gutter, which is a standard protection for pedestrians.
I know that that similar thing was done at the Rio Del Norte School years ago. And at the very beginning, people started to worry because as people would stand on the bulb out waiting to cross the crosswalk, it had the appearance sometimes that somebody was standing in traffic. Eventually, the public realizes the road actually narrows right at that throat. And it's a terrific advantage, a terrific safety advantage. But again, it takes a little learning process from the people that drive. But thank you for the explanation.
Yeah, there's lots of studies out there that indicate the narrower lanes are, the narrower the streets are, the lower the speeds. And so this is part of that toolbox that we have, trying to keep speeds down, especially in neighborhood situations, that have quite a bit of parking. A lot of parking that's occurring, and so trying to get those pedestrians away from those parked cars as far as possible in a protected position such that they're seen by the vehicles that are driving before they take a step off the sidewalk into the crosswalk, because that painted line's not going to protect them from that vehicle.
Excellent example. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to public comment, and we have Mr. Eric Andrist.
I hope you'll indulge me just real quickly, as this is only tangentially related to this agenda item, but I see that Toro Enterprises is on there. And while it doesn't relate to Toro and this project, I just don't know if all of you know how generous Toro is to this community. As Aaron pointed out earlier, that we had this benefit fundraiser at my house this past weekend, and Toro Enterprises donated $1,000 worth of Dodger tickets for our silent auction, which are still up for bid. So if you all can go and bid on those tickets, it would be great. It's for the Astros game on July 5th. So you can get $1,000 worth of Dodger tickets brought to us by Toro. So they donate, they're very generous and donate back into this community, not only working for us. And I just wanted to give them a real quick plug for that. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Andrist.
Mayor, we'll move to our next virtual speaker. Caller ending in 6377. You have 3 minutes starting now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Manuel Herrera, Citizens for Better Oxnard. When I saw that this item was going to be on the agenda, I didn't have any plans on calling in, but then it got me curious because it has to deal with La Colonia. And so I went to the city website and I was looking at the different projects that are coming in La Colonia. And I saw that one of the projects is the renovation of La Colonia boxing gym. And so then I was reading the project overview, and I saw something wrong with some of the wording. So hopefully you don't mind. I just wanted to bring it to someone's attention, either Mr. Wolf or somebody else. But basically, here's what it says. It says, the city of Oxnard is planning a full-scale renovation of La Colonia boxing gym, renamed in 2020 as the Dr. Manuel Lopez Youth Center. Well, that's incorrect. It was not renamed the Dr. Manuel Lopez Youth Center. The Dr. Manuel Lopez Youth Center name was added to La Colonia Boxing Gym. So the name should be La Colonia Boxing Gym - Dr. Manuel Lopez Youth Center. So I just wanted to bring that to the attention because I don't want people reading this and thinking that we got rid of the name of La Colonia Boxing Gym. As you all know, it's a historic name. It's world famous. Everybody has heard of La Colonia Boxing Gym, and that name is to stay. So if someone can look into this and kind of fix the wording so it doesn't imply that it was renamed only the Dr. Manuel Lopez Youth Center. So again, it's my only reason for calling. Hopefully somebody can correct that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Herrera, for that insight.
Maybe just saving on the cost of the sign to keep the name down. Just kidding. I would also like to echo Mr. Andrews.
He's calling back.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
I would like to echo Mr. Andrews. Toro has been a very good partner for us, and they do a lot of good work. So,
Thank you.
I move the recommended action, please.
Absolutely. Yep, absolutely. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. They're fighting for seconds here. And then we'll go to, call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Perallo? Yes. Councilwoman Bettis?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilmember Starr?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua? Mayor MacArthur?
Yes,
And this motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
thank you. We'll go to the next item on the agenda. This is item N2 from the city manager. Agreement A 8587 with Blue Star Operation Services. This is the Dallas Cowboys for 2026 through 2030. The Dallas Cowboys Training Camp. The recommendation is that the city council approve and authorize the mayor to execute an agreement with Blue Star Operations Services, LLC, otherwise known as the Dallas Cowboys, for the use of city facilities for the 2026 through 2030 Dallas Cowboys Training Camp. Just as a reminder, this item did not originate in committee, and Mr. Nguyen is here to answer any questions or provide some insight on that. Is there any questions of staff on this item? Go ahead, Councilman.
Sure. So looking at page 259 of the staff report, where it says under letter F, for each opening day ceremony, City of Oxnard officials attending opening day ceremonies shall wear a Dallas Cowboys branded top, e.g. polo shirt, t-shirt, sweatshirt, and BSOS, that's the Blue Star folks, shall provide such a top for that year. I guess my concern is this. I mean, I guess in theory, City of Oxnard officials might be defined somewhere in the agreement, but I couldn't find any definition, but I assume it means electeds, maybe the city manager, and so forth. My concern is that when voters adopted Measure B in 2020, I think it prohibits the elected officials from participating in the gifts here. So I'll read to you the relevant two sections of Measure B. Section 2-250 says, prohibition on acceptance of gifts. It says no elected city official or member of the Planning Commission may receive any gift from any person or entity that contracts or is seeking a contract with the city, or with any person who during the prior 12 months knowingly attempted to influence an elected city official or member of the Planning Commission in any legislative or administrative action. So this is an entity that we have a contract with. Now the question is, what's a gift? And that's in the paragraph section 2-251. It says, for purposes of this article, a gift is defined as any payment or other benefit that confers a personal benefit for which an elected city official or member of the Planning Commission does not provide payment or service of equal or greater value. A gift includes a rebate or discount in the price of anything of value unless the rebate or discount is made in the regular course of business to members of the public. An elected city official or member of the Planning Commission has received or accepted a gift when he/she has actual possession of the gift, or when he/she takes any action exercising direction or control over the gift, including discarding the gift or turning it over to another person. So this includes gifts that are accepted by someone else on the official's behalf and gifts made to others at the direction of the official. A gift does not include items that are returned unused, and that's key, to the donation to the donor, for which the official reimburses the donor within 30 days of receipt, or that are donated unused to a nonprofit. Anyway, the rest of it doesn't really matter here, but the point is that if we participate in this, we are accepting it. If we wear that shirt, it is no longer unused. So I don't think we can do this, is what I'm saying. So while I don't have any issue with city officials who are not elected wearing this, I don't have a problem with any member of the city council buying a shirt at fair market value for this event. But I have a big concern that we're violating our own measure here that the council placed on the ballot for voters to adopt, and they have adopted. So that's where I'm coming from, but maybe there's a different definition here for City of Oxnard officials in the contract. Thank you.
So I'll take a shot at this. This is their training camp. The opening ceremony is very important to them. They even have the cheerleaders perform. It's broadcast not just on national sports networks, it's all over the world. It's a very brief ceremony. They, out of courtesy, invite our officials, in addition to the mayor, onto the field, down to the field. And they want us to wear their shirt. It's very simple. If you're concerned, you can either not attend, or you can use the shirt, or you can buy the shirt, but you cannot wear the jersey of another NFL team. So it's very easy to solve. Your choice.
And that's what I was saying. It's easy to solve by just simply having the elected official buy the shirt. It doesn't cost that much money. I think that if we all believe in following the laws that we adopted here, that's the least inconvenient thing that we could do. So that's just my suggestion. I read you chapter and verse. There is no de minimis standard on gifts. It says any gift. And I think that we should uphold both the spirit and the letter of this law that we wrote and put forth to the voters for them to adopt.
Thank you, Councilmember Starr. Any other comments? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem, before we go to public speakers.
Thank you. Just looking at the language again for item F, as was mentioned on the agreement, for each opening day ceremony, City of Oxnard officials attending opening day ceremonies shall wear a Dallas Cowboy branded top. Examples are polo shirt, t-shirt, sweatshirt, and Blue Star shall provide such a top for that year. At first I thought, well, is one alternative, if you have to wear a Dallas Cowboys branded top, can I go to Walmart and buy a Cowboys? But it says, and Blue Star shall provide such a top for that year. Walmart would not have the top for that year available, as it'd be provided by Blue Star unless we had some insight and they said ahead of time, we're gonna be providing this shirt. I think the alternatives that were posed seem like common sense. Just either go along with what the agreement says, and if one of us or all of us decide to go down onto the field, we have to provide, or we have to wear the branded top that's provided by Blue Star, that shall be provided by Blue Star, or we can forego going onto the field if not wearing the shirt, or we can purchase a shirt. So that seems straightforward. So I appreciate the discussion on that.
Thank you. We'll go to public comment. We'll take Mr. Tom Katie first, and then Brittany Hendricks. Greg Runyon will follow, and then we'll go to Mr. Andrus. I'm sorry, Mr. Pearl, I didn't see your hand. Go ahead, sir.
This is an interesting conversation. There is, Mr. Starr, I respect your opinion. I disagree, but I respect. I'll carry it just a tiny bit forward. We don't take gifts, but the Visitors and Convention Bureau gives us hats. And so when that comes up, I hope you stick to your guns on that one there. But when it does come up, and I know you don't take advantage of it, and I don't take advantage of it, but if we're gonna look down into the weeds, how about the free lunches they give us in the back room?
Can't hear you.
How about the free lunches they give us in the back room? Do we wanna start paying for the lunches?
Well, first of all,
I mean,
if the
first
city,
off, because.
according to
let
the
me-
ordinance.
Let me finish, please. And I'll give you time. Because it's like, these people have kicked up the amount of money that they're giving the city from the previous years with your advice, And with an amendment, maybe we can have them pay for the shirts as part of the money that they give us. So the shirt would now be something that would be part of what's coming to the city, and now it would be called a uniform that you wear. But that's something for the attorneys and people in a higher pay level than I have. But I just wanted to share that with you, because I do not intend to buy a shirt. I intend to show up. And if someone is going to file a complaint against me, I welcome that.
Before we get into a discussion, let's hear from public comment. We'll start with Mr. Tom Cady, followed by Brittany Hendricks, Mr. Runyon, and then Eric Andrist.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Tom Cady. I'm a resident of Oxnard. I'm here as a representative for the Westchester County Business Alliance, and I'm a lifetime director and former chair of the board. As a full disclosure, I do work for the Cowboys. I've worked all 19 training camps and actually one short camp with the New Orleans Saints. I did want to point out that the business benefit that we see from our alliance, the regional occupancy, obviously, of the hotels, but also you see a number of vendors that are out there working at the camp, and this is money that comes back into our community. At the hotel, the staff that normally works just special events, they're working throughout camp, and those hours paid, once again, investing back into our community. So from a business perspective, not only do we have that visitors that come in, but also we have a large workforce that ends up working directly or indirectly for the training camp. Speaking about visitors, and like I said, I've worked all of these camps. I have met a number of people from across the country that have come to Oxnard to see training camp. Some people, take their vacation and they plan to come and follow, just as some people go to spring baseball, they come to here and come to training camp. So those folks, they look forward to this. And the Cowboys over the years, those of you who've been coming out to camp can see that the branding and the investment that they've made in to training camp and trying to market that has improved significantly. And this long-term agreement allows that to take another step forward. And so I think it's an important agreement for us from a perspective that there's continuity in knowing that the training camp's going to be here and that people will be able to attend. If we have a opportunity to, if we were a company, some of you work for companies, if you're able to market your company throughout the country, I mean, you look at all the bylines that happen in the sports coverage, it always has a lead-in of Oxnard for the training camp from the Dallas Cowboys. It gets a lot of coverage. If we were having to pay for that, if the city of Oxnard had to pay for that advertising, it would be a significant investment on our part. So that's a return on investment that we get, and we would like to urge that the council go ahead and approve the agreement, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cady. Thank you very much. Brittany? Hi, Brittany.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor MacArthur and Mayor Pro Tem Turan, Oxnard City Council and City staff. My name is Brittany Hendricks. I'm the President and CEO of Oxnard Convention and Visitors Bureau. And I'm here tonight to express my enthusiastic support for the renewal of Agreement A8587 with Blue Star Operations Services, which would extend the Dallas Cowboys training camp presence in Oxnard through 2030. The Cowboys have been part of Oxnard's summer tradition for nearly 2 decades, and their continued presence brings value well beyond sports. Their training camp attracts tens of thousands of fans, generates widespread media attention, and provides a strong economic boost to our hotels, restaurants, and small businesses. As one of the most recognized teams in the world, the Cowboys' annual visit draws national and international attention, shining a spotlight on Oxnard as a premier destination. And that kind of visibility supports our region's broader tourism goals and helps convert interest into overnight spending and tax revenue. In 2024 alone, travel spending in Ventura County topped $1.9 billion and supported more than 16,600 jobs. Local tax revenue exceeded $68 million. High-profile events like Dallas Cowboys training camp are a key contributor to these figures, driving awareness of Oxnard as a tourism destination year-round. And looking ahead, Oxnard has an incredible opportunity to further its standing in the sports tourism market, especially with global events like the 2026 World Cup and 2028 Olympic Games on the horizon. Maintaining a long-term relationship with a world-class organization like the Cowboys signals that Oxnard is ready to be part of that larger conversation. The renewal of this agreement is more than a contract extension. It's an investment in Oxnard's future, its visibility, and its ongoing economic development. And just anecdotally, the advertising equivalency that we receive from Dallas Cowboys training camp is in the millions of dollars. We're on ESPN, HBO's Hard Knocks, America's Sweethearts. Visit Oxnard actually just got a mention on that show. It's the #4 show on Netflix. So this is media attention that we can't buy. And one of our primary objectives as Visit Oxnard is to drive awareness of the city of Oxnard as a tourism destination. And this is an incredible opportunity for us to continue doing so. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Brittany. We'll go to Mr. Greg Runyon, and then Eric Andrews, you'll follow Greg. Thank you.
Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and Council, I was impressed with both the speakers because that's a really important thing. I think the thing too, though, football is almost a way of life. Like football is not just a sport now that is played from September to the Super Bowl. It's about the draft and all these other things that go on, right? And it has become an obsession with some people. And Mr. Cady was right when he talks about the fact that in the weeks that come up, NFL Network, ESPN, all these other things are going to be talking about Oxnard. And it's always funny because they talk about the weather. They talk about the different things. And without having to advertise Oxnard, the things that make Oxnard great are advertised. What I don't want to have happen is for the Cowboys to sit here and think that there's a lack of enthusiasm in the city for them. I know exactly what Mr. Starr is saying about the ordinance, but you know what? I'll donate money to the city and y'all can wear shirts. To me, that's one of the things that rather than arguing about the fine print, let's argue about the big print, which is this. This isn't just about football, and God bless the Cowboys. This isn't about football, right? I mean, it is a investment in what makes our country great. And right now, listen, here's the honest truth. We don't know what attendance at the Cowboys is going to be like. But you know what? If we're going to rally our community together, the only way I know to overcome fear, and football players know this, right? If you think that guy in front of you is stronger, then you get faster. You need to step up to the line, and you need to put your money where your mouth is. And you know what? Be a team. And here's the thing. We're so afraid in our community of what might happen. This is an event, though, that you know what? We can gather together and celebrate together what makes our country great. Football is a great sport because you know what? You have shorter people, you have taller people, you have skinny people, you have wide people. And 53 guys come together out of over 90 to form a team. But it's the folks in the stands, it's the folks in the hotels, it's the folks that express their enthusiasm that fire them up. The Cowboys come here because Oxnard wants them here. And I hope we continue to do that by putting forth the right foot. So, good luck.
Thank you, Greg. Yeah, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt the speakers, but Mr. Runyon makes an important point, and I'll just say it just came to me, and Councilor Starr, I'll buy your shirt for you if that'll help, if you plan to attend. So I'm just throwing that out there.
And the problem with that is that would also violate the gift ordinance because you'd be attempting to influence my votes. So, but I do like the idea is if someone wants to volunteer to donate the $50 or whatever it is for someone to buy a shirt, that'd be awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah, Greg Runyon's going to buy them. All right. Mr. Andrist?
So I've only been here for 4 years, but I keep constantly being amazed at how Alex Nguyen, the city manager, keeps trying to strong-arm you guys. He sat here tonight during public comment and laughed at a former law enforcement coming up here to give you guys public comment. And I sent you all video of that tonight, and I put it on Twitter tonight. He's highly unprofessional, and now he's trying to get you guys to choose advertising over following the laws that Aaron is pointing out to you. Where in the world does he get off? This is not what he's paid to do. It's highly unprofessional. Look, now he's laughing at me. You're laughing. Why are you smiling at me? That's unprofessional.
Go ahead, Mr. Andrist.
I have a right to say what I want here, Bert.
No, go ahead, Mr. Andrist.
I don't know if you're familiar with the reality show that this woman talked about tonight, the Dallas Cowboy cheerleader show on Netflix. Those women who have been around for a long time doing such a fantastic job and working their tails off to cheerlead for this team have been underpaid for decades. And it wasn't until this year that they finally got together, they banded together and formed a mini union of their own, and they got a 400% raise for themselves. Because in prior years, they didn't get much more than $15 an hour. This is the Dallas Cowboys that are paying them. This is the team that you want to advertise for. This is the team that this guy wants you to do advertising for. If it weren't for those women, they wouldn't have gotten a 400% raise. But you're supposed to get up there and put your Dallas Cowboys on your shirts instead of representing the city of Oxnard. You're here to represent Oxnard, not the Dallas Cowboys. So I don't want anybody paying for shirts for you guys to wear. If you guys want to do something for advertising, bring 2 people from each of your districts that are worthy, children. Let them wear the shirts. They're not politicians. You guys are up there and you have rules to follow. You're here to represent Oxnard, not the Dallas Cowboys. Keep that in mind and stop listening to Alex Nguyen because he's the one that a few weeks back said, oh, don't worry about parking. Don't worry about traffic. Talking about 990 units coming into my neighborhood. He's misleading you for his own agenda. He's the one that has led this agenda against our treasurer. Keep it in mind. And Bert, yes, I will file a complaint if I see any of you wearing one of those shirts. Get your constituents to wear them.
Thanks, Mr. Andrist. We'll go to our next public speaker. This is Brian Wansley. Brian?
Good evening. My name is Brian Wansley. I am the training camp director for the Dallas Cowboys. This is my 30th year working for the Dallas Cowboys. Born in Carson, lived in Watts, Compton, Thousand Oaks, Simi Valley. So I'm not a Texan. I am here in California, and I can tell you this is my second home. So I thought it was very important for me to come here and represent the organization and thank you guys for the ongoing partnership that we've had for years. For so many times, it's been 2 or 3 year contracts. Thanks to Alex, we're hoping to get a long-term deal done. But this is my favorite time of the year because the city of Oxnard is unbelievable and it kicks off our season. And I can't thank you guys enough for all the hard work you guys do. I will say this, a lot of good comments. I appreciate the feedback. And I will say this, I like to think we are the Dallas Cowboys representing the city of Oxnard. I think it's important that We recognize the work that you guys do for us. I personally want to thank Alex for the hard work that he's done. This is the biggest staff that we've ever had at training camp. We have rented out the entire hotel. We have actually bled over into another hotel. We're probably going to rent another one out as well. So this is the biggest staff that we've ever had. We've had more player families come in. They want to rent Airbnbs this year. This is now a destination for our player families, for our staff members, for everybody involved with our organization. This is our second home, and we appreciate all the hard work everyone has done for us. I can't tell you how many staff members have called me and say, I want to come out to camp early and set up. We have maybe 350 staff members that are coming out to training camp this year. Starting August 14th, we're going to have 150 people out early. It's the biggest staff we've ever had come out early. And that's due to the hard work and the dedication that you guys have put forth to make us very, very successful. So I just want to take an opportunity. I had to fly into town. I wanted to personally look at you guys in the eyes, and I wanted to thank you for everything that you've done for this Dallas Cowboys, and I want to personally thank Alex. So we are representing you guys. We love the city of Oxnard, and I just wanted to thank you. So I just want a couple minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brian Wasley, for your comments. Yes, Councilwoman Rodriguez, go ahead.
If I could give a few words about what I'm witnessing, I just think that the contract, the relationship, the 19 training camps that we've had, was established much before we had the ordinance that says we cannot take $1. I think Aaron mentioned something about the spirit of the ordinance, and I really think receiving gifts, right? It starts with a cup of coffee, then it's a 3-day trip to Vegas, and before you know it, you're in deep. Nobody's hiding anything here. I don't know if there's any possible, I don't mind writing a check because I do get a stipend for my work. We did the math, I think it's $2 an hour. I'm just teasing. I'm happy to write a check somewhere, right? Can we do something like a scholarship for students, or, if folks buy their shirt, can we put that money in a pot of, I don't know, match it with the Oxnard College Foundation? I'm teasing. So that we can pay it forward, right? So I understand there's an ordinance that's meant to protect, ultimately the people from, folks doing things that they shouldn't be doing, but none of us are hiding anything here. I don't want to discourage folks from showing up because I think the city of Oxnard is committed to the training. I hope there can be some middle ground, and I personally don't mind writing a check, and paying my fair share because I have no problem with that. However, I don't want the headline at the end of the day to say, oh, Oxnard, if you're trying to bring a FIFA club out here from a different country, right, I think that's a great opportunity. Right. If it's important for them to wear a shirt, I don't mind cutting a check. Can we do something so that we can establish some type of fund so that we honor an athlete or something?
Sure, go ahead.
I think that just makes it more complicated. I think if you want to go that path, just go to, is it DallasCowboys.com gift shop? Just buy the shirt.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. We'll go to, I don't want to ignore we have somebody online as well to speak.
Yes, our next, our virtual speaker, caller ending in 6377. You have 3 minutes starting now.
Hello, this is Manuel Herrera, Citizens for Better Oxnard. Talk about pick your battles. Like, we have so many more important things to be discussing, and because of one person, well, two, it's Aaron Starr and his one supporter, they're making such a big deal out of this. I mean, my God, I cannot believe that, this only proves everything I have been saying about this guy, that he's self-centered. He only thinks about himself. He doesn't think about the big picture. We've been having this deal with the Cowboys for years, way before this gift ordinance. And this has always been the case. And to make such a big deal out of it because the Cowboys want the city council to wear their jersey, and this guy, so what's he gonna do? If they wear it, is Aaron Starr, are you gonna sue the city? Or is your boy Eric gonna sue the city because they wore a jersey? Come on, give me a break. This is so ridiculous. we are honored that the Cowboys come here and that they want us to wear their jersey. It's part of the agreement. It's part of the deal. It's always been honored. So for one person to complain, well, again, two, in over 200,000 citizens, and then you guys are going to bow down to these guys? Don't do it. Wear the jersey. Wear the jersey. And look, when you're done with it, auction it off. Have an auction for this jersey. Sign the jersey if you want, and then give it, put it up for an auction to one of the nonprofits. There, problem solved. But don't bow down to this guy. I mean, come on, Aaron Starr, pick your battles. Quit being so. My God, dude, you're pathetic. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I can be helpful here. So I went right on. It's DallasCowboys.com. It's the official pro shop. And guess what? There's a 40% sale happening right now for the 4th of July. You just have to use the code STARS40, and you can get your shirt. It's very straightforward.
By the way, which shirt is it? Because there's several to choose from. Is there a particular one?
Just make sure it has a blue star on it.
Okay.
And I'm not sure if any of you signing it would make it more valuable, because you don't play for the team. But there it is. It's very easy to get your own shirt. Thank you.
Okay. We'll go, I'm sorry, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I know Mr. Wensley is here. I would imagine just for consistency and uniformity that it'd be great if we probably all had the same shirts, I'd imagine. The city manager is saying no, but in the past, I think it was themed and had the logo obviously on it, but everybody wore the same shirts. But if it's going to be okay that people, as long as they have cowboy shirts, if they're different looking, then just want to make sure we're good with that. And I see head nods yes and thumbs up. Okay.
Okay.
It's just me being a Capricorn. Thank you.
Mr. Philip Molina.
I'm sorry.
We'll go to you.
As a reminder, this is only if you want to attend the opening day ceremony. You don't have to wear it at home.
Mr. Philip Molina, then we'll go to Levi Duarte. Go ahead, Mr. Molina.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, none of you have said you're against the agreement. None of you have voiced a concern about wanting the Dallas Cowboys to be here. None of you are destitute that I know of. Come on, just do what Alex said. Just buy the blank shirt and it's over, and then we can get out of here. Instead of wasting your time and taxpayers' time listening to this stuff, you should have said from the beginning, yeah, you know what, I support the Dallas Cowboys, I'm going to buy that shirt, and we're done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Molina. We'll go to Mr. Levi Duarte.
Hello, Council. My name is Levi Duarte.
Lower the mic, Levi.
Hello, Council. My name is Levi Duarte, and I go to Oxnard College. I think the easiest solution is, I agree with Alex, just buy the shirt. It'll be very simple. And then I moved back to Oxnard in 2017, and ever since, I've always seen the Dallas Cowboys, the signs down Vineyard. So I feel like a lot of people come to Oxnard, and they appreciate having the Cowboys here. So I think just buy the shirt. Thank you.
Thank you, Levi. Do any other public speakers, Madam Clerk?
Mayor and council members, that concludes our speakers in person and virtually for this item. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mayor, if I may
Go ahead.
speak, just for my fellow council members, if you need a shirt, my family's a huge Cowboys fan. I can supply you with 3, 5, 6 jerseys, whatever you want. I think we even have some of them that are signed. So by all means, if you would like to go, let me know. I will lend you a shirt.
Lend. Thank you. Look, this thing, and I'm sorry, for the public, it shouldn't be a distraction. I mean, this is something so ridiculously unimportant. If it's an issue, it shouldn't distract from the objective here, which is that we are enthusiastically, I certainly am in support of the Dallas Cowboys coming. I've had the opportunity as a policeman to work the security detail for the Dallas Cowboys when they were here. I think they bring, much like to Brittany and Mr. Tom Katie's point, the economic boost that they provide to our city and also the social connections that they bring. And so I'm just so thankful that out of all those cities you could have chosen Brian, you've chosen us, and you do it so enthusiastically. And we certainly benefit because it provides a positive environment, a positive activity for many in our community. It enhances volunteerism, as we see many out there volunteering. It strengthens our community connection, and it's something that I certainly am supportive of, which is making our city a cultural destination and showcasing what a wonderful city we have. And we have that much more work to do in doing just that. As many of you know, I know Mr. Wolf was here earlier. I am so much, and Samantha's here, pushing for our city to enhance its beauty through our green spaces, our landscape, through our trees, beautiful canopies, palms beautifully cut, and just the flags when the Dallas Cowboys are coming, just like we do in downtown with our academics from Oxnard College showcasing who they are, and much more work that we have to do. I know Mr. Andrews is here, is to enhance our downtown, our historic district. So we have more work to be done, but this is a jewel that we have, for me personally, is having the Dallas Cowboys here in our city for all the tremendous benefit that they bring. So this shirt thing is just a distraction. We can buy it. That's unimportant. The point is to have the Dallas Cowboys here for all the things that Brittany and Mr. Tom Katie talked about, what they do for us here in this city. So I move the recommended action, myself make a motion for it, but we'll entertain.
I'll second the motion. But I would like to say, I want to compliment the staff. Taking this contract out to 2030 is a big deal. Increasing the amount of contribution from the Gene and Jerry Jones Foundation to $25,000 each year is a big deal. I hope that doesn't miss the council's point. And I want to thank Mr. Katie for bringing that up. And the gentleman from Dallas, thank you very much for being here.
Yeah, thank you. If I can just add one more thing, I think this talks about, long-term, to be able to secure up to 2030, and it goes to, I know, look, I come from the police department, but I think it showcases just the good collaboration and I think you would have come, Brian, if you didn't see that we're not only supportive as a city, but we provide professional staff to be able to manage, support anything that you need, from our police department down to our traffic unit that's out there, all the volunteer members of the Parks and Recs, community development, public works, everyone to support to make sure that the event is successful. So we're all behind you 100%. Any other discussion? Go ahead, Mr. Starr.
Yeah, I just want to make really clear, I'm enthusiastic about the agreement. I think that we have a great relationship with the Dallas Cowboys. I think they bring a lot to the city, and I think we should continue that. And as for me, if I happen to have time to attend the opening ceremonies, I'll be buying my own shirt. And I don't think anybody should be ashamed of wearing a Dallas Cowboys shirt. I don't think we need to wear a City of Oxnard shirt. But I think that it's important that we be, above reproach when it comes to the ordinance. Will somebody prosecute you for not following the ordinance? No. But are you going to feel good about it? Well, maybe you will. But as for me, I want to do my best to follow what our laws say. And you might disagree with me, but that's just where I'm coming from.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. So we have a first and a second. Madam Clerk, if there's no more discussion, call for the vote.
Councilwoman Bettis?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilmember Starr?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua? Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
And this motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to the next item in the agenda. This is item N3. Thank you. From the Finance Department. City of Oxnard Annual Investment Policy for fiscal year 25-26. The recommendation that the City Council adopt a resolution approving the fiscal year 25-26 investment policy for the City of Oxnard and provide direction regarding delegation of investment authority. This item was considered by the Finance and Governance Committee on May 27, 2025, and has been revised to reflect comments received at the committee meeting. And then our Chief Financial Officer, Javier Chagoyan Lázaro, and also our Assistant City Manager, Eric Sanstegaard, is here to answer any questions we may have. We'll start with our Mayor Pro Tem Teran. Go ahead, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just hoping that staff would be willing to take a moment to summarize the item in front of us here, just give us a little bit of background. and any context. Again, given that anyone in the public who didn't have time on their own time to view the presentation ahead of the meeting, they won't be able to see that presentation tonight. So if we could just give them a little context on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor MacArthur, Mayor Pro Tem Tran, members of council, Eric Sonsgaard, Assistant City Manager. Always my distinct honor to speak in front of you. As you know, I never thought I'd be doing this 30 years ago when I was working Southwind's midnight shift, but that's a whole different story. So this item is it's straightforward, but it's important. It's an important issue. And so the first part of this agenda item is a resolution approving the fiscal year 2025-2026 investment policy. The California Government Code recommends, and our investment policy states, we should annually bring this policy to the legislative body. So that's what we have in front of you. The policy outlines procedures and guidelines for managing surplus funds in a fiscally responsible manner. Generally, from year to year, there are very few changes. Some of them may be cosmetic or maybe some changes in the brokers. But from year to year, there aren't big changes in our investment policy. So that's the first part of this item, is bringing the investment policy to you for review and approval via resolution. The second part of this item this evening is you providing direction on the potential delegation of investment authority. And I'll speak a little bit on the history of this and some of the code sections, and then we can have a discussion after that. You, the City Council, you retain ultimate responsibility for overseeing the investment program, ensuring compliance with the city's investment policy. As I put in the staff report, a couple of different California Government Code sections. So 53607 of the California Government Code establishes that the City Council may delegate its authority or to reinvest city funds for a one-year period to the City Treasurer. There are two other sections, 53060 and 37103 of the Government Code, that state specifically that it allows council to contract with and employ any specially trained and experienced person for special services and advice on financial or economic matters. Historically, the City Council has delegated this to the Treasurer. In 2024, in July of 2024, the staff came to City Council and recommended that they delegate the investment authority to the CFO. And I'm just reviewing the staff report from July of 2024. This was a little before my time. With the retirement of the Assistant City Treasurer, who really helped with a lot of the investment activities, it was kind of necessary at that time to address some compliance issues that not only staff had observed, but had been brought to our attention via our external auditors. So in 2024, the City Council delegated the investment authority to the CFO. And we came back to the Finance and Governance Committee last month with that same recommendation. During the Finance and Governance Committee, when we had a robust discussion about the delegation of the investment authority, there were some comments about the legality of that, and one committee member in particular just questioned whether we had the authority to delegate that authority to the CFO. So we went back and conducted additional research on the issue. It was our recommendation, it was our belief last year, and it was our belief this year that we do have the ability to delegate that authority to the CFO. But we don't make decisions in a vacuum, and we take everything under consideration. And with the potential for, there could be potential for litigation on this issue, we decided that we would recommend that the City Council choose to retain its investment authority. It's not the easiest path, and I'll just be very candid with you on that. The delegation to the CFO last year allowed us to remain compliant with the city's adopted policy. It ensured transparency. We implemented monthly reporting for the first time. Before that, it was quarterly reporting. Our policy actually requires monthly reporting. And so the council was getting the information that they needed. So tonight, the staff recommends the city council choose to retain its investment authority. But in the staff report, we also identified 3 alternative investment authority options that you may wish to consider if you decide to delegate your investment authority. City council can adopt a resolution delegating to the CFO the authority to invest city surplus monies within the parameters of the city policy. This option provides continuity with what we've been doing the last 12 months. Consistent with the majority of the cities in the Tri-County area, 14 of the 17 biggest cities in Ventura, Santa Barbara, and San Luis Obispo County have the CFO doing the treasurer, doing the investment authority. That being said, in those cities, the CFO acts as the treasurer, so they are able to delegate it through that government code section that I spoke of before. The city council could contract with and employ a financial professional to conduct investments on behalf of the council. And the city council may adopt a resolution that delegates the authority to invest or reinvest city funds for a 1-year period to the city treasurer. I don't think I have to go over everything that was in the staff report. We're here to answer any questions that you may have about this. We can speak in detail about anything that you would like. I do just want to contextualize when it comes to investing the city's surplus funds. The city's investment policy lays out what the purpose of investing these funds are and what kind of like our priorities are. Our number 1 priority is maximum security. It says it right in our investment policy. Then having the funds necessary to meet our daily cash flow, and then our highest investment return. And so maximum security of our funds is our number 1 priority when it comes to investments. This isn't like my Charles Schwab account at home where I'm like, I see some stock and I decide that I'm gonna go invest it. That's a far cry from what is involved in the daily and monthly investment of the city's surplus funds. So I think I've covered most of the presentation, Councilmember Tran. So we have staff here. I know the treasurer's here as well. So if you have any questions, we'd be more than happy to answer them.
Thank you. That was a great summary without reenacting it, so much appreciated. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah. Do we have any questions before we open it up for public comment? No? Okay. We'll go to you, our Treasurer, Mr. Phil Molina.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I am Phil Molina, elected city treasurer with 97% of the citizen voters voting for me to be the elected treasurer, to do the duties, statutory duties of the treasurer, which I had to take the city to court, and I've won. I hope you all got a copy of the material I sent earlier, and I'd like to go through a little bit of that. If you would take a look at the item that identifies the numbers 1 through 5, and if you look at item number 1, you'll notice that the total amount of the investment portfolio that as the elected city treasurer, according to the city attorney, I'm only responsible for Bank of America general bank account and Bank of America successor agency bank account, but not the other bank accounts that the city has. So with that in mind, the investment portfolio has remained over $300 million. The one that I'm looking at for July 24, $337,377,379, and that's a mouthful of sevens. Now, if you will turn on that same report to the last item on that report, you'll see what the auditors identified as the total amount of the investment portfolio. The total amount as of June 2024 was $616,468,776. In essence, the difference between the amount that I have to invest and the total amount that is invested is $279,091,397. Well, who's responsible for those investments? It's not the city treasurer. So now if you'll go to the item because the staff report implies that there were some investments that I did that were not investment grade. So I looked at the report from U.S. Bank. They're our tertiary bank that I use to hold our investments, to identify all the investments that they have in vault that I purchased. Now, 87 to 89% of those were federal paper, which means Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, and those are automatically AAA because the United States government issues them. And no one wants to downgrade instruments that are issued by the United States government. So roughly 87% of my investments are AAA to begin with. So if we look at the balance, we look at Apple Inc., they're AA plus. Look at Bank of America, AA plus.
How much more time do you need, Mr. Molina?
Well, I apologize, maybe 4 more minutes, and I'll try to be brief.
Can you maybe just, yeah, go ahead. If you just keep it brief, Mr. Molina.
That's
Go
my
ahead.
intent,
Go
but I
ahead.
need
Okay.
to make sure you
Sure.
understand what's happening. And I appreciate it, Mr.
Yeah,
Mayor.
no problem.
Citibank, and these are the ones that I've invested in other than federal paper. Citibank, A+ rating. John Deere, A+ rating. Goldman Sachs, A+ rating. JP Morgan Chase, AA+. Local Initiatives Support Corporation, A-. Toyota Motor Credit Corp, A+. UBS Bank, A+. Wells Fargo Bank, A+. None of the investments that I purchased were less than investment grade. Now, there's also a comment that I did not use the list of brokers that have been approved by the city when I purchased these. That is not true in any sense because I worked with both the current and the previous Oxnard purchasing manager to develop that list so that we would make sure that me and my successors would be using a list of qualified people. I never used a broker that was not on the city qualified list. But I didn't invest $279,091,397. Someone else did. Now, there's another accusation that because of a problem, the bank charged us $750. And maybe I have to say mea culpa. I'm not going to blame staff for the problems going back and forth. And by the way, the assistant city treasurer did not do the investing. I gave her the orders what to buy and when to buy and what was callable and fixed. So the fact that she left did not impact my ability to invest. But if you look at the $750 that was charged, you need to compare that against, how much was earned? In that year, we earned $9,053,382 of interest earnings. Now, $750 against that comes out to 0.008%. Do any of your banks charge you that rate? So right now, you're paying a broker to do what I did for the salary and the benefit that you're paying me, and that's it. And in addition to that, I was supervising staff. The last is I gave you a list of the code sections that staff uses and what they claim those code sections say, and I gave you the actual code section itself. I hope, and I know Gabe does because he reads my emails, sometimes I'm happy with that, sometimes it causes me concern because he's good at it. But if you read those code sections just in English, and by the way, I should say, I am not an attorney, I'm not a licensed attorney, I never gave the city any legal advice, and I don't pretend to be an attorney, but I just read English, even though it's my second language, because I'm an immigrant. But when I read those code sections, and I look to see what staff says, they're not the same thing. So with that, I would question whether or not you really want to spend additional money on a broker when I was doing it for just what you are paying me by court order to do my job. Other than that, I appreciate your time. Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Molina. Yeah, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I appreciate that. If there are no other speakers, I'm wondering if staff might have any kind of clarifying statements or responses to
I
comments.
do. So, do we have other speakers?
Mayor and council members, we do not have any additional speakers in person or virtually
Thank
for
you.
this item.
Thank you.
So Mayor and members of council, I also received the email from Mr. Molina earlier today, and there were a couple things I just wanted to clarify, and then I can clarify a couple of things that he just spoke about. And the things, if I'm being extremely candid, things that always like get to me most is when somebody alleges that I misrepresented something or something like that. So I don't know what he's referring to, the California Government Code sections. I wrote that staff report myself. I put those California Government Code sections in there. And if somebody can point out to me something in there that's incorrect, I'd be more than happy to deal with it, but I don't think there's anything there that's incorrect. Second of all, in his email, a lot of the things are kind of titled, I am accused of. There is an accusation by staff. The staff is accusing me of. I don't engage in that behavior. I'm not accusing anybody of anything. I didn't make up anything in that staff report. That stuff was taken verbatim from auditor findings and auditor letters to the city of Oxnard. So I don't even know I'm smart enough to come up with the stuff that was in there. So the idea that the staff is we're not accusing anybody of anything. I simply transposed what the auditor sent to us on at least 3 fiscal years when they provided a management letter to the city manager. So I'm not really sure what more we can say about that. There's some other stuff in here having to do with that I don't think is really specific to what we're talking about when it comes to public records requests and stuff like that. I did make mention, because I'd probably be remiss, earlier tonight we received and filed the monthly investment report. That monthly investment report is required by the City of Oxnard's investment policy, and it was not being done until July of last year, when the CFO was delegated the investment authority. There were quarterly reports being done, but our investment policy specifically designates that there will be monthly investment reports. In those monthly investment reports, there are very specific requirements, including a log of every single monthly transaction that needs to be reported to City Council. That was also not taking place. And the maturity date of all those transactions needs to be listed on a monthly basis. That was also not being done. Again, I would be remiss if I didn't point out what happened to staff when we didn't do monthly reports correctly in someone's opinion. So it's just kind of interesting that we just kind of let that slide when it's the treasurer doing it, but when it's staff, there's litigation filed. So again, if there's an area I haven't covered or there's something else that we can address, we're happy to do that tonight.
Thank you. That's my question, Mayor.
Any other comments, Mr. Molina? Do you want to clarify something? I saw you send up anything you can shed.
I appreciate that, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
The reason we didn't submit things monthly was because we were told by the city manager that it was not to be done. And I think I have a memo to that effect. We did prepare it monthly. We did submit it, but whether or not it was presented to the council other than a quarterly basis, I don't have any information about that. With regards to his claim that there's no accusations, they keep referring to the audit, implying that the investments that I made were not consistent with the policy, which, by the way, I wrote the policy in 2018, 2019, the first policy the city ever had. The format that I presented was sent to the Municipal Treasurers Association, who said they were going to recommend it for all California cities. So I kind of have a good idea of what's in there.
Just address the council here.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, but other than that, if you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you, Mr. Molina. We'll open it up for discussion. Go ahead, Councilmember Starr.
I guess one recommendation in the future is if we do have a report that calls out another member of staff or elected official, I think it'd be ideal if that person was approached and just say, hey, this is the report I'm going to put out. Do you see anything that needs to be clarified or incorrect? Just to kind of, I think that would be the adult way of handling this. I do have some comments on the report itself, and I'm going to have a recommendation. So on page 286, it says staff recommends that the City Council choose to retain its investment authority. To support this approach, the CFO would continue to prepare and present monthly investment reports and would seek council authorization for specific investment actions as appropriate and present the transactions monthly for review and ratification. Now, the problem with this approach is that it assumes that ratification by the council is a given. If the council were to disagree and fail to ratify, the investment would have already been made, so this would be a kind of a pointless closing of the barn door after the horse already went out. I suggest a different approach that I think maybe might make everybody happy, including the treasurer and city staff. So perhaps instead of option 2, where the city council may contract with and employ a financial professional to conduct investments on behalf of the council, why don't you present the city treasurer with several acceptable professionals for him to choose among to work on his behalf? The financial professional would answer to the city treasurer, and you would not need to, I guess the only thing you have to do is just dedicate the budget necessary for his department to pay for that, because that will be a transfer of duties. But I think that's a way of solving it. You don't have the issue of delegating this authority to somebody that you statutorily can't do. And of course, I'm making a bold assumption here. Is the city treasurer amenable to a professional doing the work under, I mean, you'd still, I guess, press the go button, but would you be okay with that?
Man, it's a good position. I think as long as before any purchase was finalized, that they would get my written approval, I think that should work. I'm not sure I like it as much, but yeah.
I get that you don't like it, but I know where the council lies on option 3. So I guess, since staff is looking for direction, that would be the direction I'd give. I'd say, you know what?
Well, let's ask, I don't know if Mr. Sostegard, are you able to?
Yeah, so it's certainly something that hasn't been done previously, but we could look into it, and we can come back and report on it.
Yeah, if it's feasible, great. If it's not, tell us why.
Yeah, I mean, we can absolutely examine it, and we can report back.
Any other comments one way or the other? If I can just offer my opinion on something like this, I'm just inclined to see if there isn't a way, Mr. Sonstegard, that we can work in collaboration with the city treasurer and just use the expertise that we have in-house with Mr. Chigoyan and
Yeah.
the city treasurer, just to try to create just an environment where we are all this conducive to good productivity.
Sure.
That's all I'm pushing for.
I get that. And again, of being extremely candid with everybody up there, the term adult way of doing things was used up there. I've been here for 6 months, and we're way beyond that. I've never seen a work environment like this in 35 years in dealing with Mr. Molina. So I think we're way beyond the adult way of doing things. So I don't think that's an option. Now, I don't want to leave a question from Councilmember Starr hanging, and there was just a question about the logistics of if you retained your authority, how we would do that on a monthly basis. So I don't know if you want to speak. It might be easier for you to go up there and just talk a little bit about the ratification issue that he had.
Good evening, Javier Chagoyer Lázaro, Chief Financial Officer, City of Oxnard. The recommendation that we are bringing to Council to retain the investment authority is kind of unique, and definitely it's something that is not very common. We had conversations with the California Debt and Investment Advisory Commission when we were preparing the staff report. But as I say, we're unique, but we're not the only local government that are in this situation. Recently, bless you, the Orange County supervisors went through a similar process where they basically removed the investment authority, or basically they didn't renew the investment authority to the county treasurer. And they adopted an investment policy where basically they retain the authority they retain the investment authority. And all this is public, is out there, and everybody can look at the information that is in the, because there's a lot of similarities, but there's also difference. There's different government codes that govern counties versus local agencies. But the decision that the Orange County supervisors has done is pretty much what we are just similar to what we're bringing here to the city council. The way that they're implementing is still a working process, but basically the same staff that was doing the investments under the county treasurer are going to be performing those investments, and they're going to be reporting to the county supervisors. So that's why basically we're just trying to kind of replicate that process in the investment policy.
Good, Aaron.
I understand what you're saying. That the challenge with that is that Orange County is a charter county, so they have a lot more flexibility. We're a general law city, and we're governed by statute. So I'm going to repeat that. I think the approach I'm suggesting can make, it sounds like we can make everybody happier. So it's not my ideal. I mean, I prefer option 3. I'm sure the treasurer prefers option 3. But I recognize the rest of the council doesn't want option 3. So I think I'm trying to give you a path forward. So I hope you'll give it some consideration and come back with your thoughts after you investigate it. But I do still see the problem with ratification after the fact. These investment decisions are made on a given day. It's not like you're going to come up with all these investment ideas, come to us at a meeting and say, would you go forward and do this? By then, maybe the price has changed, right? So it really does make sense to have it something that's, pretty much live, where there's where we have a professional doing the work. We just have simply the treasurer press the go button where he approves it. It solves everybody's issues, I think. So that's just my thoughts.
Any other comments or pros or cons on this discussion? Go ahead, Mr. Perillo.
Mr. Starr, you're asking a fair question. Are you recommending we table this and bring it back later?
Well, staff actually suggested that we should give them recommendations and they would come back.
Yeah, well, staff gave it, but I'm asking you what you're suggesting now. You want to look at something?
My recommendation is that staff research this option. Maybe it's not feasible, but have them come back and tell us whether this is something that works. I think it could make everybody happy, everybody here, treasurer, staff, we can move forward. So that's my recommendation, that we bring it back to staff.
Thank you.
Is that a motion? I mean, it's not a bad idea. I don't know what you think, Mr. Sansegar or Mr. Winnight. It's not a bad idea.
I don't know if it's a good idea yet, and we'll have to investigate.
Right, and without putting a lot of research into it, I mean, the financial professional, that sounds like a great term. There's certainly a cost that comes with that, which, we also are talking about very important funds for the city that we should be willing to pay to have managed well. So I'm not suggesting that it's going to be cost prohibitive, but that obviously would be one factor in the decision of doing that.
Mr. Wendy, any insight from you?
It depends on which direction the council chooses, but if we want to go that path, I think it'd be okay if we just continue this item, give us a couple weeks to do some research. Maybe it might take more. I think we still have a meeting on the 29th.
Yeah.
So it may not come back till then, if that's the path the council wants to go on.
I'm in support of that. Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
And that answers what I was about to ask, and it sounds like there's nothing to worry about, but I'm just wondering if we have any statutory timelines by which this must be approved or delegated.
So technically, the delegation of the investment authority expired yesterday. We're not we don't have to make investments on like a daily basis. And so the CFO might be able to provide a little more clarity on that. There's some seasonality as well as to the heavy parts of the year where we're conducting these investments. But we will need to get on it, if for a lack of better terms, because if we do choose that path, which if it's viable, we don't just get to pick who we want. So we'll do an RFP, which we can do in short order, but it doesn't happen overnight.
And what happens during this month?
Actually,
Go ahead.
if I can make a recommendation for the purposes of the seasonality issues, what if you retain the authority for 3 months? And during that time, if there's anything that has to be done, our CFO can do it, but we will also work on this other process and bring it back to him. I think we can come back on the 29th, at least with some initial research.
Yes.
All right, so that we can get it actually, and then if you agree to it all, then we can actually implement it.
I would be okay with that, Mayor. And I just have to say that I tend to agree with Mr. Molina. I'll wait to see what the research shows if we go down that path, but I'm not particularly interested at this point right now in paying a third party to do this investment for us when we're already paying a treasurer, soon to be a deputy treasurer, soon to be one staff person under them, as well as our CFO and other staff under there. So that's where I am now, but I'm certainly interested in seeing what we might find from this if the council moves forward with this decision. But I am certainly thinking that would make me feel better if we were to temporarily retain our investment authority as a council. During the interim time, they will look at this and bring it forward as a report for us by the end of this month, it sounds like.
So if I may, Mr. Mayor, taking into account everything I've heard from the dais, I would make a recommendation or suggest that we adopt the resolution that you're adopting the investment policy. That was phase 1 of tonight's item, and there doesn't need to be any more action after that. You've given direction to staff to conduct this research, come back as quickly as possible. So there doesn't have to be any action for you to retain your investment authority for some period of time. The delegation expired from last year.
Mr. Molina, is that you agreeable with that, or what are your thoughts on that?
Yes, provided that we do act like adults and you ask staff to work with me so that I can participate in the process, I would appreciate that greatly. Thank you.
All right, I think that was a little bit of a dig there, but like I said, let's be adults here.
I didn't take it as that, Councilmember Starr, and I concur. We'll make it work.
Great. So I guess my question is this. Why do we have to adopt a resolution at all? By default, it's already in the city council's hands. Just come back with a report on July 29th.
No, I think you misunderstood. We have to adopt the resolution for the investment policy. That we're not talking about the delegation of the investment authority.
But doesn't the investment policy, I have to look at that again, doesn't that determine that the CFO is the one in charge of this?
Not the one that is.
Actually, no.
It says this.
Councilman Starr, Government Code Section 53646A2 states that the investment policy may annually be rendered to the legislative body, and the legislative body shall consider that at a public meeting. City has traditionally adopted that policy by resolution. Okay. So this is an annual policy that's being brought to you, and if in the process of researching this and coming back to you, that necessitates changes to the policy to reflect what the investment delegation might change into, then the statute also provides that changes to the policy shall be brought to the council for consideration at a public meeting. So that would go along with any proposed changes that come out of this research.
I appreciate that explanation. That makes me feel very comfortable, and I could get behind that.
And just to address your last concern, the policy in front of you tonight, we wrote it and presented it presuming that you were retaining the authority. So we're kind of, it doesn't say that the CFO keeps it.
Okay. All right.
I'm comfortable with that. I'm comfortable adopting the investment policy. As you've outlined, Mr. Sonsigar, and I think we're moving in the right direction. I'd like to, as I said, I'd like to see a good amicable relationship between our city treasurer and our city to make sure that ultimately we see some positivity. Ultimately, we're working for our people and want to see some good results. So I'm glad we're having this robust conversation. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, you were going to say something?
Oh, I thought you were gonna
I make a
move.
motion.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'll
I'll
move.
second if you're
Yep.
gonna move it. Otherwise, I'll
Wonderful.
do it.
Madam Clerk, if there's no further discussion, call for the vote.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
I'm sorry, a point of order, can you repeat the motion that was stated?
Yep.
So the motion,
To adopt the policy?
So the motion is to adopt a resolution approving fiscal year 25-26, the investment policy.
Okay.
Only the
Okay,
investment
so
policy.
as stated, recommended. Okay, I move aye. Thank you.
Councilmember Starr?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua? Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis?
Yes.
And this motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And without, there's no further business on the agenda, and without objection.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
I believe we're going to adjourn to closed session at this time to continue the items in C2 and C3.
Ah. Golly, I was ready. We adjourn for closed session. I was thinking we were. Okay, we're back. So Councilmember Perrello made a motion to go past 10 o'clock, which potentially we could go even in closed session.
I'll
And
second.
we've got Mayor Pro Tem seconds that motion. Call for the vote?
Councilwoman Basua? Okay. Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilmember Starr?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
And Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
And this motion carries 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you. We're ready. Okay, we're back on the record. We just emerged from closed session after having really good, deep discussions on the evaluations for our two executive leaders, our city manager and our city attorney, and there's nothing to report. Thank you very much, everyone. If there's no objection, we are adjourned. Thank you.